Ready to go live. It says.
No, we're already live. We've been live for 9 seconds. I'm sure people on YouTube are like, these guys don't know what they're doing. They've been doing this for how long? They don't know what they're doing.
I know. It's like every time.
Every time. And here's the thing. Typical Mancuda, late for his own show. What else does he have to do? It's not like he has a job.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not going to badmouth him. I'm sure he has something very. He's got to make sure his pink all matches.
Where are we? There we go.
Oh,
do we really have to do that? I don't think.
Are we going to do this? Are we going to start the show now? Never mind.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be quiet.
Yeah. We really don't need that because people know we're here. 30 people are looking at this. So.
I'm in the waiting room.
Hey, John.
I'm sitting here.
All right, start the show then, damn it.
Yes. There we are.
Yes!
My goodness. Wow. Hey, everybody. This is Johnny Beane and John Mancuda, Neanderthal. This is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It is October 27th, 2020, 8:09 Eastern, 5:09 Pacific. And right out of the gate, we got to Thank you, channel members, executive producers, Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Bent Tom, Mike Neese, Michael Smith, David Ennis, Dad Halen, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Hey,
why are you in such a hurry to thank all the channel members, Johnny? We've got 3 hours.
Yeah, really? Yeah.
I mean, what's up with the
dude?
cocaine?
We should drag that out. Paulie's right. It's like, if you all want to become a
channel member on YouTube,
click the
member button,
join button. Click your member, click that join button there, and we'd like to thank some of our executive producers. Johnny, why don't you bring that list up, because they really deserve it. This is the JohnnyBean.tv executive producers list.
While you're reading this, take note of the subscribe in the upper right-hand corner, where if you click that, you can subscribe.
I'm glad you brought that up, Paul, because people do want to subscribe. You want to be a channel member like our executive producers, like Charles Green.
Charles Green is a fine man. He's decided to become an executive producer a while back, and his contributions to this show can't go unmentioned.
I really like Charles Green, and I have a lot of debt of thanks to mention to him. Of course, there's also...
That's Green with an E, by the way. That's the typical aristocratic spelling of the name.
Well, actually, Paul, I've got to mention there's actually 3 E's in Green, and that's not, of course, counting the E that's in Charles. That's 4 technically.
Well, that would be 4 E's. Really, vowel hogging is what I would call that.
It's almost like.
By the way, is the E in Charles necessary? Really, because that's actually Charles.
And look at Mike Neese. He's got 3 E's in his name too.
Well, hold on, Johnny, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. Really,
E's, that's 7 E's in the top row of this executive producers.
I mean, does Charles Green also need the E at his last name? Because Green would be Green without that as well. So I mean,
there are starving kids in Africa that won't even know that both of those E's were wasted.
They would love those E's, and it's almost like cheating on Wheel of Fortune. If you really push it too far, really spreading the E's. The last time I saw so many E's was that scene in Deliverance. Do you remember?
Squeal
go now. E! What's your favorite letter? E! Yeah.
Hi, today's show is brought to you by the letter E.
I'm happy to talk about the letter E. I'm going to show you the letter E. E is for penis. That's good enough for me.
Actually, penis is a P-E-N-I-S. There's only one E in penis, so you could say it's been a shortened penis if you're counting E's, you know.
Yes, but it's the long E sound, so you have a long penis.
There you go, a penis. I'm going to please you with my penis. I actually lean on the I more in disappointment for my tiny penis. Yeah.
Which brings us to Joe Christian.
Speaking of tiny penis, Joe Christian.
I think we could get 45 minutes out of this slate.
Johnny, this is how we should do it to really kill time. I mean, you know, it's a slow metal news week. We could lean on this.
Yep, this is why people tuned in.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, I could tell people rubbing their temples with disappointment.
I pay, and the executive producer's like, I paid $4 for this
To be told I have a tiny penis in front of thousands of viewers? What the hell?
I didn't say it.
Well,
Johnny Beane, the joke sniper.
Yeah, you know, Wolfgang Van Halen went online the other day to talk about Dan Halen taking advantage of patronizing his father's name. It's not, it's, you know, hurting the family and hurting the fans right now. So if we could ask Dan Halen, who is an executive producer, to maybe consider changing to, you know, Dan, whatever his real name is.
Dan Hagar.
Dan Hagar would probably be more appropriate considering, you know, what's going on right now, or you know, Dan Anthony would be kind of very well smoothed out.
Dan Sobolewski.
That was
we'd have a
before
hard-
his family got to Ellis Island.
That'd be a very difficult one for us to have to spell.
What's this in the chat that Susie Cherry? There's something wrong with Susie Cherry.
Who's Susie Cherry?
Thunder Falcon, Susie Cherry, one of our fans. Susie Cherry, Thunder Falcon's saying, does anyone know how Susie Cherry is doing? Is there something wrong with Susie Cherry? Is there something we should know about? Jay Hannon's in the chat. Every time Mancuda talks, it sounds like I'm at 3/4 speed. Yeah, we're talking slow. This is the bit. We're trying to. I don't know if Jay caught the beginning of it. This is the bit. We're trying to, you know, slow it down and stretch time on the credits.
Well, Jay, to be fair, Jay could be in a THC groove right now. So,
Hey, Jay.
I'll get you, rabbit.
Funny.
And Jay, YouTube got back to us, man.
Oh, they want us to stop another
We're
season with this.
Dealing with some YouTube stuff.
Oh,
No, not here. No, for him.
Yeah, why don't you talk about that off the air? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, really. Why don't you give us your social security number too? just blurt it right out. And a couple of credit card numbers so Paulie and I could go shopping.
Woohoo! Well, Ben Tom, anybody that knows Susie Cherry, obviously wish her our best. If something is bad, if she's going through a rough time or something.
Thunder Falcon just said, I believe she just had her heart surgery.
Holy shit!
Okay,
Wow.
so well, that's the optimistic mood. That's what I'm looking for. Holy shit! Is she dead?
No. I mean, like
just-
every once in a while, there's this reminder that we are not the children we act like on this show every week.
Oh,
Don't
there's the lawyer. There it is.
Yeah,
There it is.
that'll
Cease
be
and
it.
desist.
That's
It's Susie.
That's bang
It's
energy
Susie.
going. He hasn't mentioned us yet. We're cutting the contract.
Yeah, we just sent him our brand new flavor. Why isn't it being pushed? Is everything all right? Is that Susie or the doctor? Doctor's calling Johnny to let him know that Susie's okay.
I'm getting threats from Jay Hannon though, by the way, for the unboxing. So we may have to do that as well.
Yeah. If you want to do that, we could do that.
Yeah, we may have to. Do that
I
at
mean,
some
look,
point.
we're really stretching for time today. I mean, we're going. I mean, we got at least another 20 minutes of credits, and then we got. Now, by the way,
we still get to get to this.
That's what I'm saying. We have a whole show.
That's what we should be.
That's what we should be stretching time on.
So when this
Absolutely.
doesn't happen, when this unboxing doesn't happen, you guys can explain it to Jay Hannon.
Jay right now is on the phone with Colonels saying we don't have a code yet.
The only thing more disappointing than Hi Jay is angry Hi Jay.
You guys are.
I'm mad about
Oh.
something.
Man, I feel good. Man,
That's
I feel
good
good.
popcorn.
I know, really. Jay's like sprinkling the special seasoning on that Colonel's popcorn right now.
By the way, this is the leftover empty cookie bag from Saturday. I didn't have what it took to take it to the garbage.
I was watching you eat those on Saturday. You were feeling no pain.
Nope, it was great.
Yeah, and of course, you're talking this Saturday where I'm guesting on for the Halloween contest. Everyone's like, "All right, everyone, bring a bottle. Mancuda's coming on." John Biel's pulling out his hair, and John Biel's like, "I wish I had hair to pull out."
He's trying to grow hair to pull it out.
We'll have plenty of time to drink because you're just gonna go. We just know it's gonna
everyone's like, just shut your microphones off. Big Mouth is here. Yeah, you're gonna see like a bottle of Jack pass through the boxes. Right now I'm fisting Paul, but you gotta see like a bottle of Jack just go up and Paul take it, and yep, okay, there it is, and pass it over to Johnny and pass it over to John Biel. It's gonna be a there it is, just a bottle passed around.
Give me a bottle of anything.
And a glazed donut to go. And some pot cookies to go.
Oh, I have more. Don't worry.
They'll be showing on Saturday, I'm sure. It'll be like the Girl Scouts with all the cookies.
Well, I don't know that I've ever banged back cookies and whiskey at the same time, so this could be fun. Who knows? I don't know what I'm going to drink yet. Haven't made.
We're going to have a great Halloween show this Saturday.
Which is a beautiful segue for...
It's the Great Johnny Beane Halloween Costume Contest. Is it just me, or has anyone else wanted to have sex to that Charlie Brown music? I can't think of a cooler song to have sex to than that music. That was a recording of the last time I tried that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
healed by now.
It does burn. I thought it was I thought it was Vaseline, but it was Vicks Vapor Rub. It was. I just saw a jar with V and went for it.
Aquaphor.
So the Johnny Beane Halloween contest, Happy Halloween, the Great Johnny Beane Halloween Costume Contest is this Saturday. We have such good prizes for you guys and girls out there. We have Vinum pickups. We have Tessie switches. We have cash prizes. We have Swiss picks. We have custom picks from Sandra Picorni. We have a merch from Fruitcake Tony. We have so much good stuff. I mean, my head's going to explode. We have so much good stuff. So get your entries in. What you do is dress like anyone from the show, and I mean anyone. It could be one of the hosts. It could be myself, Paulie, Johnny, Jay Hannon, Michael the Captain Smith, Caleb. Look at those guys. You could dress up as Mama Mancuda. You could dress up as Wilfred Brimley. You could dress up as Gene Simmons with a Barba Papa or Wilfred Brimley tongue. You could dress up as let's see, who else did I not say?
David Crosby.
Joe, yeah, no David Crosby. You will be disqualified. But if you got a big bushy mustache available, you can be Wilfred Brimley. In or out of Kiss makeup. So, or the Joker, whatever you want, but be Wilfred Brimley. Be someone from the show. You could be Blue Rhino. You could be Ned the Cat. You could be JoJo the prick chimp from Popcorn the Band. You could be Mama Mancuda. which a lot of people seem to be choosing. Mama Mancuda. I've been getting a lot of messages about that.
Well, my guess is floppy tits are probably the most common accessory for the audience of the show.
and the kiss makeup. It's very easy. It's a good costume. So look, you want to dress up as someone from the show in any character variation, and get us these entries. Look at Jay Hannon. You could be Home Alone Jay Hannon. Bone Alone. I love that. Oh, look, JoJo the Chimp's in the chat. He says you could be me.
Asshole.
Yeah, the arrogant chimp from Popcorn the Band smoking a cigarette. You could be JoJo. You could be Wilford Brimley. You could be any one of us. Just get us a photo or video of you dressed up. Look at my mom chasing a woodpecker and Wonderbug. Mama Mancuda. But you dress up as any one of us. Get us a photo or video of it by Saturday. Get it to Johnny Beane or myself. Put it in the Discord. Get it on Facebook. Put it on Instagram and tag us. Whatever you want. Get us what?
Did you see Jay's comment?
Wait, what did Jay say? Oh, sorry. Oh no.
Hi, Ellie.
Oh, we love you, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. We can't say that again.
Oh boy.
If Jay's smart, he's not teaching her to read.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I was saying floppy tips like you give a waiter on a credit card that's
Now, why are you
that's
repeating
heated up.
it? Jeez.
Tips, TIPS.
Right, exactly.
Floppy tips.
Yep.
Like you give a waitress on a credit card.
Or when your hair is not held up by hairspray, you have floppy tips.
Hi, Ellie.
Absolutely. Or frosted tips. So anyway, yeah. So Janice Lala says, I won't even let my guy hear this show. Let's see.
When it's all said and done, you gotta love Jay Hannon for having Ellie use Metallica as her lullaby music when she goes to bed at night. You already know there's some emotional issues that are gonna up. There's the phone again.
Jay's kids have the best middle
That's
names.
Jay.
Too, so
sure they do. Is that Jay? Jay wants on the show.
That's Jay.
Uh-oh. Take the call.
here we go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, hi, Ellie.
Ellie.
Ellie said hi.
Hi, Ellie.
Hi.
How are you, Ellie?
Did she hang up when you were ready?
Say, Ellie, say that again. What was that, Ellie?
Tell those guys to wash their mouth.
Oh, we're sorry, Ellie.
Sorry, Ellie. We said bad words. We
You have a
apologize.
4-year-old calling
Yeah,
me
we're being-
complaining.
Yeah, but she's one of the
we're
executive
being corrected.
producers. This is the power of the executive producers. See?
Awesome, Ellie.
Ellie runs this house.
Thank you, Ellie.
Who the boss? Ellie the boss.
Oh, you better open that box.
Well, if I do it, it's going to be. If I do it, it will be for Ellie and not for Jay. Just so you know.
Yes,
So
that's
maybe
Yeah.
he asked for it.
program director Ellie Hannon, everybody.
Thank you, Ellie.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye,
Bye, Ellie.
Bye, Ellie.
This is the best show we've ever done.
Oh my God, is she cute?
This is the best show we've ever
Ellie,
done.
everybody.
We can stop right now. We're done.
And thank you, Boner Jams. And I'm going to read only part of your message because I know we're being censored right now. Mancuda Neanderthal, hope you guys join us for Metal Wednesdays. You bet we will.
Sure, why not?
When is the next Metal Wednesdays, Johnny?
It would be the end of. Oh, it would be soon.
Well,
coming
tomorrow
up.
is Wednesday.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well done, Johnny. It's your channel.
Wednesday.
What time does the show happen so that I can make it a point to be near the radio? I mean the computer.
TV, whatever.
Same time. So in 24 hours from now.
Oh, great. All right. Well, I'll see you then. It'll be fun.
All
to
right.
say, well,
So-
now we can come in. We can come in and heckle somebody else for a change.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring some of my kids, which are all illegitimate. I suppose I have some somewhere. On and
Like
I'm gonna call in. I'm gonna call in and say, hey, you better watch your mouth. You're being okay. Yeah.
Like this is the part
They
of the
do
show
watch
where
their mouth.
This is the part of the show where Mancuda pretends he's not impotent.
Yeah. Well, it's not even a joke. I mean, most of the audience knows that. My Halloween costume is going to be an inchworm, but a soggy inchworm.
This will be Mancuda will be like, look, dead fish.
Let's see.
Some people aren't old enough to get that joke.
Well, yeah, and she just censored half the show.
I would never say anything inappropriate.
I'm gonna
By the
try
way-
not to.
Ellie loves Johnny. Ellie loves Johnny. That means you need to get yourself a crate immediately, Jay, and start raising her like veal.
What about Paulie and I? We're not. You don't love us? No.
We have bad mouths. We have.
We do have potty mouth. We do have potty mouth.
And unopened boxes.
Oh, jeez, with the
Well,
box.
we'll have to take care of that. We'll have to take care of that.
I'm afraid. I'm always afraid. If I open the box, I don't know what Jay has done, and I
It's like
suspect that there's some. I'm suspect there's some sort of a surprise in there. for
Yeah,
me.
it's like those spring snakes coming out of peanut brittle.
It'll be like the fish and Grumpy Old Men under the seat of the truck.
Never saw it.
Nobody saw Grumpy Old Men. Nobody.
I saw Grumpy Old
Seriously?
Man.
Yeah, we're Mathau and Jack Lemmon. They're taking the fish and they just throw it underneath the seat of the truck, so it smells. A couple days later, nothing.
Gross.
So let's see. So the great Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah. Get us your entries ASAP. Get in early. Think of it like a gangbang. You want to be in early. You don't want to be the guy later. Oh wait, that's right. I got to watch my mouth. Think of it like voting. You want to get in early. Just get in early. Get your entries in early. Get us a photo or video of you dressed up like someone from the show, because we have really cool and valuable prizes. Those Vine pickups, I mean, those things go for like $100 a pickup, easy. And there's a set of two, and there's a single. I mean, there's some really cool stuff. A Tessie switch, not cheap and well worth it. Swiss Picks packs and cash. We have cash prizes too. So do not waste your time. Get your Johnny Beane entry in early. It's this Saturday on Saturday Night Live that we're going to do some live judging. And Johnny, could you show do you have Sandra Picorni's entry and David Scher's entry handy? Can you get to those?
I can get it.
Yeah. Do you know where they are? They're
I never saw David Scher's. No.
go on my timeline on Facebook. David Scher put his entry in today. Sandra Picorni put hers in the other day. They're very cool. I just want to give the audience an idea of the dedication of our fans, who are awesome and deserve really good prizes. That's why we're having this contest for you guys and girls. It's going to be fun.
What am I looking at? I see macaroni and cheese.
That's not one of the costume entries. Scroll down to one of the
David Scher.
you see it?
Oh,
He's
Oh,
Mama
wow.
Mancuda. Post that puppy up.
wow.
Janice
see.
says she entered already. Where's Janice's entry?
Janice's entry is on the Discord.
Okay, so there's David. That's David Scher as Mama Mancuda.
Awesome, David.
I do like. I love the pink shower cap. That's a good.
Yeah, the pink shower cap, the kiss makeup.
And he looks like Dimebag Darrell in drag.
So that's
Is he
David.
wearing, what's he wearing underneath the throw?
I think he's
It
got
looks
a
like-
dress. I think he's got a
Is it
dress.
like a house coat? It is a house. It's a bathrobe.
That's a robe.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
robe.
look at-
Okay,
look at
yeah,
those
yeah.
feet.
So
Slippers are nice,
there it is.
and they look just like Mama Mancuda's feet. I hope.
That's-
I hope
that's-
her feet.
And that's what my mom's feet look like without slippers. It's just
Oh my
like that.
Gosh.
I'm hoping that's just her foot hair.
Wow.
So that's David Scher dressed
David
as Mama
Scher.
Mancuda. That's his first entry. Now remember, you're allowed to enter 3 different characters. So don't just enter one. Take your time. I mean, get creative. Some of these costumes are real easy, you know? I mean, this is like giving away really good stuff.
I may
Now, let's
even
see.
give away the Jay Hannon Kiesel Sucks box.
Nice.
We can pack everything in the Kiesel Sucks box. I don't know if anybody hasn't seen that yet. I did not do this. This is a Jay Hannon original.
But I'm glad it looks that way.
He sent
Thumbnail.
He sent that through the mail.
Weasel guitars.
So the postal service had to deal with that going all the way from his house to my house.
The Postal Service probably knows it. Nice.
Wow.
Let's see. Show.
Wait,
show,
is that Jeff Kiesel? Is he in the chat?
there you go.
Well, hey Jeff, you're welcome, man. I'm glad you got to see that.
There you go, Jeff.
If you are Jeff Kiesel,
duck on my sick, Jeff. Show Janice Lala's. Let's see Janice's entry.
That'd be over in the Discord.
Discord.
the thing is the box is garbage, so I'm gonna have to send it back. I'm surprised it actually held up.
That'd be really funny to just pay for the shipping just to get the box back to Jay.
Yeah.
Johnny's looking up Janice Lala's entry.
Is that under the Halloween? Oh, that was in the selfie section. I saw that.
Let's see. Don't worry, Tony. We'll get to Sandra's entry too. Saw it the other day. Fell off my chair laughing. Joe Hervey 84, my Jew homie from Long Island, where I'm originally from, in the chat.
You're not there anymore. Let it go.
I know. I go back and forth.
I like those people that are like, dude, I remember when we graduated from college. Dude, you're 46 now. Knock it off.
Hey, Janice.
Okay, so this is Janice Lala's entry. Let's see. Janice dressed as this is his mom Mancuda, sans makeup.
Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome, Janice. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Nice job.
Janice's mama Mancuda. Could also be Paul.
Hang
Paul
on.
with glasses. Hold on. Spotlight Paulie, Johnny. You know what? I think Janice may be dressed as Paul.
I gotta find a hat. If I can find a stocking cap, that would.
I have one or two laying around. Don't worry.
Oh, do you? Over the past couple of years, my hair has certainly taken on that tinge.
So there's Janice's entry.
Have you ever noticed you've never seen Mama Mancuda and me in the same room? Just saying.
Oh, that's right.
You know, it is kind of funny. And my dad's touching you about as much as my mom lets him.
Exactly.
Let's see Sandra
Wow.
Picorni's entry. Do you have that one, John?
Where is that?
Go on. Let's see. There should be a separate one on my Facebook of that one on my timeline. I love these entries, guys.
Prime rib.
I wonder if anybody will dress as me as Ernest Borgnine.
You should. The prizes are really good.
I may go to an Army Navy store and show up with the Ernest Borgnine outfit. I might do that for Saturday.
We should dress up as each other for Saturday. Everyone should pick a cast member and dress up as the other one.
It's possible. I think
it'd be fun.
I'm trying to look around, see if I can make either yours or John's room.
Some of these are real easy. I mean, if you have a beard and a baseball hat and a fun T-shirt, you go as Jay Hannon. If you got a jaunty driving cap and glasses and
jaunty,
yeah, and that upbeat attitude, you go as Johnny. You get a skull cap and a Van Halen accessory for John BL. Captain Smith, a little thicker on the beard. Caleb do the nerd thing and the glasses with the slick hair. And this, these are real easy costumes. I love the Mama Mancudas. That's like the Halloween costume of the year. Mr. Hellstrom, go ahead.
Jay brings up a good point. It's awesome that people are actually doing this, because when I heard it, I was like, boy, this might be the most narcissistic thing we've ever done. And yet people are all like, once Cobra Kai Platoon started jumping in and started throwing those cartoons out, and people started jumping on it, and we got people to do the Barba Papa thing on the Wilford Brimley tribute show. I knew that we had a good crew of people that were just willing to roll with whatever happens.
Yeah, we have the best audience. We have the best fans. I want to see.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer after this.
I want to see someone dressed as Gene Simmons with that tongue. Johnny, what is the joke? What is the joke with the tire? I always see you pull that tire up. What is the joke with that?
That I was driving on the freeway and I hit something, and that was my tire.
That's his tire.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Had he been driving a car that weighed more than 3 pounds, it might have been dangerous.
If you dress up as Johnny's shredded up tire, you'll get a special prize. I want to see that.
It never occurred to me that somebody would dress as Johnny's tire, but that would be a winner.
Yeah, I want to see
awesome.
someone I want to see someone dressed as Blue Rhino. I want to see someone dressed as Gene Simmons with Barba Papa tongue. Get in those entries. Let's see. Did you find Janice's yet?
Sandra's.
I'm sorry, Sandra's.
Sandra's.
Janice's
she's saying that she. Here we go. Yeah, she sent them to me. Oh man, which one? There's
Sandra looks great. Just pick a good one.
There's so many of them. All right.
Oh, Piccone. Oh, Piccone.
Piccone. Piccone. Me love you long time. I love Sandra. I was on Communication Breakdown 24 the other day. Sandra as Mama Mancuda.
Nice.
Look at that. She's got the pink scarf and the pink beanie.
She went all the way with the Kiss makeup too. Good for her.
Yeah. No, Sandra looks great. Look at that. Pink beanie, pink scarf. She's full on Mama Mancuda. All these entries are really good. And make no mistake, you're all going to get prizes. We have a good amount of good prizes. There you go, Mama Mancuda. That seems to be the popular contest, because I know a couple of other girls that watch the show, and they also want to dress as Mama Mancuda. Not Mancuda, not you, David Crosby. And also Wilford Brimley. I think someone said they want a girl wants to dress up as Wilford Brimley. Show Wilford for a second.
Actual Wilford or cartoon Wilford?
Either one. It's actual Wilford, because she said she had a big fluffy mustache. Hopefully it's a costume.
I don't have an actual Wilford in here. I should probably get one.
Go on my Facebook. If you go to Jonathan Mancuda on Facebook, go on my timeline. The entry has reference photos of every character you can dress up as. So just
yeah. Oh, here
hit my timeline and you can get all the characters, everyone, all the cast, all the characters.
Let's see.
Get a nice Wilfred. Yeah, fuck David Crosby. I don't want his apology. You turd.
Let me make sure I'm doing the right thing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's stunning to me. It's the technical inefficiency of Johnny Beane, who's the guy that runs this thing.
That's the only photo of Johnny with a pink guitar. It's but look, there's Johnny. All these references are found on my Facebook timeline. If you're looking for a reference for a costume, there's Johnny Beane. There's me. It's like I'm watching a mirror. Paulie.
With a special Ace appearance.
Right? Jay Hannon.
That's Jay Hannon in a nutshell. If I ever somebody said, "Hey, describe Jay Hannon," that's it right there. Jay's
yeah,
like,
I tried to get good photos of everyone.
He's like Randall. Grabs. It's like Randall from Clerks.
John BL.
Smiling, which is a rarity.
Yeah, that's why I used that photo. Caleb.
Right before the police arrested him for trespassing.
Michael, the Captain Smith, who's one of the executive producers too. Big boss.
So you got to suck up to him if you can.
Yeah, I was actually lucky to get that photo. Most of his photos were in the dark. I don't know I don't know what is with Michael. Captain is like always in the dark. It's like he's in a submarine or something. It's always dark. Mama Mancuda is your reference photo from Mama Mancuda. Gene Simmons with Barbara Papa tongue. All you got to do is make a little paper tongue out of like pink crepe paper. Wilfred
Here's
Brimley.
Wilfred Brimley.
There he is, diabetes.
Wilfred Brimley.
Yeah, get a box of oatmeal and show up as Wilfred. Blue Rhino,
Asshole.
ready for and you be nice. Ready for a good night of TV binging.
Awesome.
There's Ned the cat.
Ned.
Nice reference in Ned.
Ned.
Ned's awesome.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Live messages here.
Uh-oh. As we're
Oh, he says
going.
this. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, the
Kevin, we're on the air.
Yeah, you might want to close that out.
Yeah, what's a picture of you?
That's great. Great.
I don't care. I'm just holding up something I got in the mail. I didn't do it.
Ace the dog. It's Paulie's dog Ace.
Doesn't like the way I'm touching him.
And there's Jojo the chimp. Look at that arrogant bastard. Look at him. Like he's the most important member of Popcorn the Band. Look at him.
Look at this message.
Just get it, yeah.
John Biel.
Killian is John BL.
Can you
boy.
click on that? Can you bring that up?
Hey, click on it. It should come up. It should open up. Yeah.
There we go.
Does he have a Van Halen shirt on? You got to get him a poof shirt.
Killian is John BL.
It's
Submission.
John Biel.
Oh, boy.
I'm taking that as the legitimate entry.
By the way, that if you think that you could teaching Killian how to filter his pictures early, that's good.
Yeah, that's a legitimate entry.
God.
That's John Biel.
Wow.
Way to go, man.
Was that all of them?
Yeah, right now, somewhere John Biel's going.
There's others
just got-
coming in. I know people looking for accessories over the week.
Yeah, don't show them all tonight. We got to show them on Saturday.
Yeah, we got others to show Saturday, but that's the bar right there. Okay, so get your entries in ASAP this Saturday on Saturday Night Live, late night show Saturday night. It'll be a great show. We're all going to be on there judging your costumes and giving out valuable prizes.
And some of us, hopefully all of us, will be in various states of intoxication.
Yeah.
That should be fun. It'll be our drunk show.
Yeah.
There you go.
It'll be an epic Saturday Night Live.
I got to find an Army Navy store nearby. Because if I can make that happen, I will.
You can make that happen, Paul. There's got to be one in your area.
Yeah, there'll be an Army. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
You know,
There's gotta be an Army Navy
just
store.
get that black wax to black out your
His
tooth.
face.
Yeah.
Here's Ellie as John BL.
That was a little disturbing.
There's a lot of competition to be John BL this contest. The race is on.
It's like Dr. Evil in that one. That's a little creepy.
It's like mini me John BL, you know. This is great.
Wow.
So it should be a good show.
It'll be a great show. Yeah, we'll have a lot of fun. And again, get your entries in early. Don't wait.
Yeah, send them in during the show tonight.
Yeah, get them to Johnny, get them to myself, get them on our Facebook or the Discord, or text them to Johnny, or tag them on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Tag one of us on Instagram.
Where's the number? Yeah, you can text them to this number right here. You can upload, if you upload a video to YouTube, just tag me in the video. You can put at Johnny Beane. You can YouTube has a mention feature now where you can mention my name and with an @ sign in front of it, and I'll get an alert.
Look at Johnny becoming this broadcast impresario all of a sudden.
Yeah. Johnny just woke up. He took a Bang energy drink and some Colonel's popcorn, and just suddenly carbs and caffeine.
Yeah. I'll just let that roll too, so people know.
Yeah. Yeah. So get your entries in. Good contest, man. Good prizes. Valuable prizes. Vine and pickups, man, and C-Switch and Swiss Picks. We got cash prizes. We got pickups and kill switches and packs of picks. I mean, some really good stuff. I'm going to dress up as Johnny Beane and win our own contest. Oh, yeah. I'm not Mancuda.
Okay, Halface just sent us one. I'll show you this one.
Stop showing them.
Okay, there.
It's got to be a photo or video. You got to make the effort. You got to put the effort in.
It's got to be you.
We went to as good as that looks. Wait till I show my mom this, so she's probably watching.
Oh.
Mom, that's you. It's like the photo, like the drawing I gave her as a kindergartner. It's you, mommy, and she's like, this doesn't look like me, but I'll hang it on the fridge.
I think Mama Mancuda's was the best Kiss solo album.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah.
I've never heard it.
Without woodpeckers. Yeah, my mom's gonna be thrilled to see costume contests of herself. I don't look like that.
John, why do you do this to me? You know you're killing your mother.
That's gonna be on her deathbed, God forbid. The message she gives to me: come closer, come closer. You're probably the reason I'm dying. This is your fault.
Just so you know, that costume contest was the reason I had a stroke. I hope you're happy.
Let's see. Fruitcake Tony is asking. Actually, a couple of people in the chat have been asking how is my mom? Well, my mom is wrestling with the garbage pail because once again the garbage pail is filled up to the brim and quote unquote it's overflowing. What do I do? Too heavy for me to lift. Can you send someone over? So I call my friend. I say, hey, do me a favor. Any way you could get over to my mom's house? He's like, what does she need? Her gefilte fish opened again? I said, no, she needs her garbage dumped. So can you get over there? So he's going to drive an hour to dump her garbage pail because she's calling me like every day. I tried lifting it. I hurt my back. Do you want me to hurt my back? I can't do it. Yeah, so that's that. And then the big event of the week. Mom? Oh, the big event of the week has been my father, of course, is in the hospital getting skin grafts over a bone in his foot that they partly amputated one of his feet. So he's getting skin grafts. Of course, the doctor says to him, "Now, Mr. Mancuda, please don't try to walk and don't put any pressure on that foot or you'll start bleeding." I'm going to the bathroom. And there he goes. First thing, foot on the ground, squash of blood all over the floor. Had to re-stitch him up. Now, my mom, of course, is calling me. You know, your father got switched to room 200 at this hospital. So here's the info. She gives me the info for that. And then 5 minutes later, she calls me. They're transferring him again. Now he's in room 422. So I get that. The next day, you know, your father's going back to the rehab facility. Here's the number for that. I don't know what number he's giving it up. They're doing it tomorrow. So he's actually in 721 now. My dad is being moved like a library book right now, just all over the fucking place. And every day I get the call.
You know what room he's in because you're not going there anytime soon. It's not like you're going to show up. Like I was just here yesterday and he was in 424.
Because my father? I'm handling the insurance claims. So like okay. I have to talk to the doctor that's attending him, the nurse on attending, and the social worker of that floor and coincide with the insurance company. So every time he transfers, all the people I just talked to like all afternoon, void. Now I got to talk to yes, I'm your father's new nurse attending. Let me give you his new charts. This is what I'm dealing with.
You would think, I mean, how many Mancudas can there be in a hospital in Long Island? Never
Just
mind.
follow the screaming. Nope, I'm doing what I want. Sir, Mr. Mancuda. Yeah, he's belligerent. I know. Yeah, he's great. And then,
you know, there's some hospitals. I found this out. I found this out when my ex's father was in the hospital before he passed away. There are some rooms where they actually have like a little magnet or something that they put on the door frame for difficult patients. It's like a secret code. It's a color coded thing where, like, if you go down the hallway, you'll see like green, 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 purple. You're like, okay, that guy's going to be a pain in the ass when you go in to ask him to do stuff. Like, they've already warned the orderlies and everybody. There's a secret language. If you go to a hospital room, you'll look at the door frame, and it will tell you a bunch of numbers and letters and stuff like that. And there's occasionally, like you're Jewish, the mezuzah, the little harmonica, they put that on the side of the door. That's that sort of situation. So there is a code where the hospital knows if the patient inside the room is an asshole. So,
well,
have your mother get a picture of your father's door frame, and we'll see if we can find out if the hospital thinks he sucks.
Based on that, there's probably a magnet the size of like Wile E. Coyote's body magnet that he got from Acme, like a 4-foot magnet on that door. Wow, he's the biggest asshole ever.
Or it looks like the ribbons on a general, the General Schwarzkopf ribbons, where it's just multiple colors. We just kind of like, you're reading this story about this thing. It's like the tome. You're like, holy shit, not going in there.
they're outside drawing straws, and then whoever gets the short straw has to put on the sneakers because they need to run back and forth. My bedpan's full again. I want more prune whip. This is what's going on with and then of course to compound the fun, my mom's birthday was the other day. So,
happy birthday to Mama Mancuda.
Happy birthday, Mama Mancuda. Absolutely.
She, 39 again?
Just like I'm 29 again every year.
Right, yes. No, happy birthday to Mama Mancuda. Many more.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy birthday,
awesome.
Mom. Happy
That's
birthday,
awesome.
Mom. If you're watching, I love you.
The fact that she made it this far with you as a kid is a fucking miracle.
Yeah, no shit. And by the way, as we're
hopefully this is my last one. I don't know if I can put up with another year of this putz.
Between you and your father, you're killing me. I almost had a heart attack trying to lift the garbage pail.
Somebody needs to come over and open this gefilte fish.
Yeah, so this is good. So all week, I'm telling her, because I feel bad. It's her birthday. I'm always out there. I've never missed a birthday of my mother. I love you, Mom, if you're watching. I never missed a birthday of my mom. My dad obviously is hospitalized. So it's a birthday, and she's not getting to go out to a nice restaurant where I usually take her and really get a nice gift and everything. So, I said to her, Ma, just look around wherever you want. Find a place you want dinner. I'll have it delivered, and you'll still have a nice dinner. So all week, I'm getting random calls at random times. Huh, Ma? What is it? 6 a.m. I'm thinking of Fortune Wheel, but it's in Levittown. But they have a mango chicken that's delicious. Ma, can we talk about this later? I'm still in bed. Well, I've got to figure this out. Whatever you want, Ma, whatever you want. There's also that Italian place, Pablo's. Pablo's, they're known for their veal. Have you had the veal at Pablo's? Mom, I'm still sleeping. I was dreaming I was chewing veal as my pillow. Mom, let me go back to bed. I'll call you later. Call later. Maybe I should have like a dairy dinner, like all sorts of fish salads and egg salad and bagels. No, Ma, get whatever you want. Well, I was thinking of a steak, but do you think it would travel well to the house? All week, these calls were coming in, and I finally, on the day of her birthday, she's still not decided. So like an hour before dinner time, she calls me up. She's like, I ordered from Pablo's, and this was exactly what I wanted. A big Italian dinner. I got so many nice things. I got a stuffed artichoke, and I got scallops and a salad and a beautiful veal parm and pasta. And she's rattling off this stuff. And I said, okay, I'm going to call them and give them my credit card and the delivery address. I call them and I say, I'm calling for my mother. She ordered dinner. Oh, yeah, hang on. And I could hear the frustration in his voice. And he passes the phone to a woman. You're Mrs. Mancuda's son. You're paying for this order? Yeah. Was there any problem with it? Oh, no problem. I says, Why do you say it like that? I said, let me guess. Did she take a while to order? Well, she kind of asked a lot of questions about every dish. And I flash back to every time I go to a restaurant with Mom, and I remember every waitress like having a breakdown at the table. I'll have the salad. Well, wait, is it dark leafy greens or is it iceberg? It's iceberg, ma'am. Oh, no. Can you make dark leafy greens? The manager knows me. He'll do it. The manager's meanwhile back behind the chef's door. Oh, I know her. Yeah. And what type of tomatoes are on the salad? Are they beefsteak? Yeah. Oh, I wanted Roma. And how about cucumber? Does it have cucumber? Yes, it has cucumber. Could you eliminate that and put green peppers in? But can you cook the green peppers so they're not so strong? And I'm imagining these poor people taking this birthday order that must have taken an hour while, there's like 7 other orders on hold probably, and it's just probably like, yes, Pablo's, hold on, please hold. So, tell me about the veal. Like, is it milk fed? Oh, I don't know. Was it butchered cruelly? Because I don't want any inhumane veal. This is probably what went on. So I'm just only imagining, but look, she enjoyed her dinner. Happy birthday, Mom. I'm glad. Thank you to the waiters and waitresses and managers that toughed through that order that I'm sure was like torture. But there you go. So that's my week with Mom. Birthday week with Mom. God, Paulie slit his own throat or he hung himself. It's like having a conversation with my real mom.
I'm hungry now.
Yeah, I know all that food she's talking about. Meanwhile, I'm opening a can of SpaghettiOs at the house. I can only imagine what I'm gonna have to deliver to her for Thanksgiving. What type of turkey?
I'm gonna stab this thing and open it and see what happens. So Jay, shut up.
Jay, are you here?
Yeah, he's here. He wants
Ellie, get Jay.
Yeah, yes. Ellie, go get your father.
Yeah, Joe Hervey's inviting my mom to Thanksgiving. Listen, don't do that. Trust me. You want to have a nice Thanksgiving? Don't invite my mom.
Hey, Bozique.
I'm trying to be as careful as possible with these things because I don't know how Jay packs stuff.
Now, by the way, we're having a box opening now, but I want to give a little note about today's show and tell guitar because literally I brought in, and I'm not exaggerating, one of the most iconic celebrity guitars of the 1980s heavy metal scene. Today's show and tell guitar, you will want to call your friends to watch this episode. No exaggeration, no joke. I brought a very, very special guitar. And the hint is, Johnny, show a photo of Mama Mancuda. That's your hint. Right there. That image is your hint. But no joke, today's show and tell guitar that I'm going to show later in the show, it's a very, very, very famous heavy metal guitar owned by a rock star. You're going to be really shocked about this one. Very special episode today. So stick around for that later.
So this is double boxed. Because why not?
Don't show any addresses.
I'm not going to. And so the thing about it is I bought this from our friend Jay Hannon because he was obviously looking to sell it. And I don't own one of these. I own at least 1 or 2 signatures of the other guitars from Eddie. But with his passing, I thought to myself, well, prices are going to go as high as the balls in a giraffe. So if I can get a deal, I'll buy one. This will be my last. This is the last Eddie Van Halen guitar I'll ever buy. And I wanted it to be one that you can't get everywhere. And this one is they don't make anymore. And Jay was cool enough to sell it to me. And I told him if he wants it back, he can have it back. And like if he decides he gets, seller's remorse. How many times have we ever sold a guitar and something goes wrong and you're like, shit, I should have never sold that guitar. This could be one of those. So I'll slice this thing open, but that's sort of part of the story behind it because it's clear what it is based on the box, because this is the original box for the guitar.
It's a Kiesel.
It is. No, Kiesel sucks. Didn't you read the other box? What's wrong with you?
I'm just going by the box.
No.
Wow.
If it was a Kiesel, I'd have to send it back.
Yeah. Well, not everybody watching this knows what's in that box. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, this clearly, those of you that didn't join us on Saturday night, yeah, and you know, credit where credit is due. Again, Jay knows how to pack. I mean, he did this. He double boxed it. He did that, and then he put this in the top to make sure that there was no movement between the item. And then he styrofoamed it too.
You heard us first, folks. Jay is a well-known packer.
I am opening the top, Jay. Thanks for telling me that now. Jay, I just got to open the top, not the side.
No, you screwy rabbit, like this.
No, thanks, Jay. So he wrapped it all up, which is awesome. Now, if I have this correct, Jay will. If I have it incorrect, Jay will correct me. But I believe this is on top of it being. What, is that the silicone stuff too? Did you pack that in there too to make sure that it didn't? So it was humidified. Look at you.
Oh, don't eat that stuff.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Where's the case?
There is no case with this one. Cheap mother.
No,
they didn't come with a
mom's
case.
review. Mom's review is in.
And this
So
is
disappointing.
So disappointing. Boy, did you save this? Is this the original bag that came with it, Jay, as well? That came with the guitar. Did you save everything? Because it feels like this is all the original stuff that came with it.
Your father
So, yes.
still got his original sack.
It is an EVH. It's an EVH, and it's got an ebony fretboard, so it's a stealth. It's a stealth special, but it is the striped.
Look at
Stealth
that
special.
thing.
It's the striped
Wow.
stealth special.
Nice.
And he did
so
it.
sexy.
He did it up Van Halen style with the right, with the ring, the eyelet in there for the strap. And he did actually send me the strap. I just hid that from when we were doing this. So it actually has
Strap
the
on.
that goes with it. Giggity.
Strap off.
So yes, this is they don't make these anymore. The striped stealth Wolfgang special with the ebony board. The Floyd has been replaced from the FR 1000 to an actual German Schaller Floyd. Obviously, it's got the FU tone upgrades, the brass block, all the things that you would want to do to one of these guitars from when you buy it. If you were going to buy an EVH Wolfgang Special, there's certain things you want to do to it to bring it up to the standard of the American. With all of the upgrades that Jay has done with this thing, it is every bit as quality as the American EVH striped. So, and I love the ebony fretboard. I had a Japanese stealth special that actually didn't have a carved top. This actually has the carved top. The Mexican ones have a carved top. The Japanese ones don't.
Flat
So
tops.
this they're all flat tops. This one is carved. The only thing it doesn't have that the Japanese one did that would be considered superior is it doesn't have the stainless frets. But I don't anticipate hammering the shit out of this thing to the point where I need to refret it anytime in the next 6 months. So I'm not worried about that. But it is it's a cool guitar. No friction volume, high friction tone. That's by design so that you don't whack the tone out, but you can do volume swells, Bourne's pots. I mean, these things it's a beautiful guitar, and I'm thankful to Jay for selling it to me. Because again, I was going to buy one of the new the Frankenstein relics. But I figured this is the last guitar because Eddie is gone. So I wanted to have something that represented the end of his career. I've already got some of the stripe stuff from earlier in his career. So this is my final EVH guitar, courtesy of Jay Hennon.
Nice.
So
Yeah,
there
but you
go.
know what? I don't believe that's your final guitar.
No, final Eddie Van Halen guitar.
I don't think it's your final Eddie Van Halen guitar.
You don't think so?
Because you know what? Everyone always says, what's the right amount of guitars? How many guitars do you need? You're always one away from just enough. Just one more.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason he's saying that though.
Oh, as far as I know.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna. I mean, the amount of money that they're charging for these things now is ridiculous. I mean,
They're going way up.
You're
Yeah.
seeing the Korean EXP model PV specials going for like $2,000. Like people are asking now they're asking what they're going to get is a different situation.
That's not the no.
But I do like the fact that it's a striped Wolfgang and that they don't make them anymore and it's got an ebony board. So,
yeah, and that Jay upgraded the heck out of it.
Yeah, he upgraded the shit out of it. So I mean, it's everything you would want. You know, when you buy one of those guitars, everybody says, "Well, I'd buy one if it had the German Floyd, if it had all the FU tone upgrades, if it." Jay has done all of that stuff, so I don't have to do anything to that guitar. It's ready to go.
How does it feel? Have you felt the neck yet?
I haven't done anything yet. I wonder if it's in tune. He said he sent it in tune E flat. I bet it's not, but because it's gone from East Coast to West Coast, but. No, it's out.
Yeah.
The action's beautiful though.
It's a great looking guitar, man.
Can you play the intro song on that?
I don't remember.
The Johnny Beane intro.
There you go.
Nice.
Now I expect to get a copyright infringement notice from Johnny Beane.
And don't worry, Jay. Paulie is going to take good care of that for the week he owns it before he flips it on Reverb for 1,000 more than you sold it.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it.
You said you would sell it to me. What the hell?
I would sell it not to you. But yeah, no, I mean it's a great guitar. And again, Eddie is gone, and I wanted one more to sort of, and I don't own any of the. I didn't prior to this own any EVH, so this is the one EVH that I have.
And Jay said he wanted it going to a friend, but I sold it to Paul instead. Oh,
Yeah,
never mind.
That's usual. Yeah. Well, it's almost like you don't want to sell a car to a friend.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what
Because
I mean? You know what I mean? But the guitar, for whatever it is, we all have the same. We all have that same sort of emotional attachment. I don't know anybody that ever lets go of a guitar without a little bit of regret. Because there's a reason why you bought it in the first place. And most guitars, whether we want to admit to it or not, we have some sort of an emotional attachment to them. They're not just instruments. They're just not. Once you've picked it up and you've created something with it, there's a connection with it. And I know that sounds really sort of ethereal and hippie-like, but it's true.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you toured with it, there's like certain shows, certain clubs you remember where you played that instrument.
Right. So I look forward to the first time that I butcher a song on that.
But you just did.
I mean, I nailed it.
Johnny's quiet through so much of the show, but when he dives in, it's with a kill. It's like one shot, one kill. One shot, one kill.
Nailed it, John. Nailed it. I think you should really look at yourself and say to yourself, if Paul can play it, is it really any good?
Oh.
And it's not like Paul even practiced. It's not like Paul even practiced.
It's not like I ever practice. If I practice, I could play.
Right.
When we talk about practice, we talk about practice. Practice?
Here's my crotch. Yeah. Right. Yeah, lovely. Right now, Ellie is at home doing
Yeah, she's nailing it.
On the little kid's guitar. So. Oh, nice. And in the chat, they're speculating what today's show and tell guitar will be.
Somebody's at my door. Hang on.
Oh, it's Jay. He wants his guitar back. Jay's already fiending. I can't live without my guitar, man. Come on, bro. I gotta get it back. Come on.
We should listen just in case it's bad.
Yeah. Is that your copyright lawyer, Johnny? He's ripping me to shreds. Cool off your dog. Help!
Mr. Bill.
Ah! Ah! No! No! Put down the knife! Help me! Stop throwing gravy at me! The dogs! The dogs! Was that Johnny's copyright lawyer, or did Jay want his guitar back?
No, it was, I believe, a political pollster.
Oh, nice.
So one of those guys making sure I was registered to vote.
You should make sure he joined the Johnny Beane Halloween contest. You should go back with him and say, "Hey, yeah, I'll register. Did you put your entry in yet?"
So it's like this young kid out there, this hipster doofus, and he's got his mask on, and he's at the door, and he's like 8 steps back because he heard the dogs. And I actually Ace is in his crate, otherwise he would be obviously all over this. And Lemmy was at the door, like freaking out. So he's like 8 steps back from the door. And I just walked. I don't know if you guys heard me. I just went, "No, thank you."
Yeah.
And he stood there and waited for a second. And I waited, looked at him again. I go, "No, thank you." And I heard him go, "No, thank you." And he walked away.
Yeah, it's like he's holding a giant cardboard check with balloons. Paul's like, "No, no, no." But public
McMahon.
No,
Poor
no,
guy.
we don't.
So now I got to.
I have good news. I have good news. Jesus is coming to save you and bring you to the kingdom of heaven today.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Today.
Next restaurant. That's not happened. I'm on my way down.
Wow. I was hoping that was a treat stream.
Oh, that would be
Oh,
great.
that would have been awesome.
That's Jay's big surprise. Was he sending you a treat stream?
Oh, that would have been great.
And by the way, if you're talking in the chat, I'm going to give you one more hint about today's very, very special show and tell guitar. It is literally one of the top 10 most recognized guitars from the 80s. It's that big a deal. This is one I drove out specifically to a different location to even get to bring on specifically for today's show. So just letting you know.
Oh, cool.
Very, 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 very iconic celebrity guitar today. You will guaranteed go, "Oh my God," and pull your eyes out. There's something to look forward to.
So you
Sounds
broke.
very appealing, John.
So you broke into the Hard Rock Cafe. You grabbed a guitar.
Yeah.
It's funny. I broke out a pink guitar for you today, John, because you had mentioned you wanted me to break it out at some point. So we'll do that at some point before we're done as well.
Because this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we have to have a pink guitar today. And
So
mine, hint, hint, is not pink today.
Uh-huh.
But Paulie brought a pink guitar we're going to show later too.
Yeah, we'll show that as well. There's a lot of guitars on this show. This
This is a really good episode.
Yeah, not bad.
The ratings are going to be through the roof. And you know what else? Even better, get this. Look at this. I'm premiering this tonight. Bang Energy Drink has sent me their newest flavor, Radical Skedaddle. Look at this. Bam. Look at that. Brand new from Bang Energy Drink, Radical Skedaddle. I'm going to try it. World premiere right here on the show right now. I haven't even smelled this yet. Here we go. Ready? Wow. That's not the sound I expected. Let's see. Ooh, that smells awesome. Oh, wow. That is awesome. The flavors they get on these things are so unreal. Bang Energy Drink, Radical Skedaddle. It's the new flavor. It tastes like Skittles.
Oh, I like Skittles.
That's awesome. Well done, Bang Energy Drink. And the can is partly pink. You know, I noticed I brought out also, it's really similar in the can design to Rainbow Unicorn. They just changed the circle in the middle is pink instead of blue. For those of you keeping track. But this tastes like Skittles. It's so good.
Like real Skittles, not those ridiculous like other pastel color Skittles, right? Like real Skittles.
Real
Remember
Skittles.
when Skittles would put out like those? They're like tropical punch flavored Skittles, and you're like, no, these aren't my Skittles. Knock it off. Skittles flavored Skittles is what I want.
I'll tell you, Skittles, not to be confused with the dingleberries that hang out of my underwear. Skittles, those tasty rainbow colored candies. Taste the rainbow.
Yuck.
Taste the rainbow. Yeah, and this dingleberry reference brought to you by Bang Energy Drink.
Those are Skittles.
Mm-hmm. Skid Markles.
Skittles.
Nice.
My brown energy drink.
Lenny Lou, and Mary just popping in. You guys have to pop in and check out earlier in the show. We got a lot done today. Yeah, so there it is. Bang Energy Drink. Yeah, they didn't send me a case. They sent me one can. So just FYI, we're not that big a show. They don't honestly want us to be sponsored. They're tolerant. So
and they shook it up first before they shipped it out.
Yeah, they probably all eat in it, and it's like, yeah, it's that Mancuda guy who always that show that we sponsor for a can a week or something. So yeah. So anyway, give that a try. Thank you.
Hey, Amanda. Welcome.
Amanda Coombs in the house. Amanda, also, I expect both you and Lenny Lou and Mary to come up with some really cool costumes for the contest. We've been talking all week about some costume ideas. I want to see all you. We're talking about the contest. Got to get your entries in this week. Yeah, the CEO of Bang probably hates me because I always bring up their product at the worst possible time. The Halloween costume contest. Get your entries in. Get them in now. Get them in now.
To the contest.
Quick, get to the contest. He's dressed as Wilfred Brimley. I want to see you dressed as Mama Mancuda. Come on. Where's the blue rhino costume?
Come on, right here. No more like
That's David
Mancuda.
Crosby.
No David Crosby.
That's
Fuck
not Wilfred
him.
Brimley. He's like a dark version of Wilfred Brimley mixed with Thanos.
Did you say Thanos?
My anus. Venus Pinkle.
There you go. Mama Mancuda with her chasing her woodpecker problems.
Come on, we're right here. Ready for your costumes. Bring your costumes.
I want to see body painting and boobies.
Someone actually did suggest that they're going to do body painting. I said, as long as there's pasties, so it's safe for YouTube, bring it on, baby. Bring it
More
on.
importantly, as long as it's safe for Ellie. Screw YouTube. It's all about Ellie.
I don't know if Ellie will be watching at midnight, but Saturday at midnight she'll probably be in bed. We're gonna do late night judging. So let's get into some music news. Can we first of all wish let's see, what should I start with here? Actually, let's get this out of the way because this is really important. There has been a rumor over the last week that Wolfgang Van Halen is going to step in to Van Halen and take his father's place as the guitarist of Van Halen, and that they're going to bring Sammy Hagar back, and that they're going to bring Michael Anthony back, and Alex is going to join them, and that's going to be Van Halen, and they're going to, continue on the band like that. And it really spread like wildfire. And I guess because we want to hear it, or someone's just taking advantage of that attention. But the fact is,
I believe it's Stevie Rochelle was the guy that was the source of that.
Stevie posted it, but I don't know if he's the original person that came up with it, And either way, I mean, obviously it was on Stevie's Twitter feed. But I can't confirm or deny if Stevie was the one that came up with it or just passing around what we all want to hear. But Wolfgang got a hold of the story, and look, he's going through a lot of pain right now. If you look around you at social media, at what we're going through, mourning Eddie, you can only imagine how much harder it is for his son, and for his son that was close with his dad and dealing with that loss. Him and the family are hurting a million times more than we are, and we're still crying. So he comes out and says, look, the story is it's just bullshit. Okay. Please stop spreading these rumors. It's hurting my family. It's hurting me. It's hurting the fans. So he was really, really upset about it. So I'm making a plea to you guys out there. And if anyone in the Van Halen camp is watching, because I know we have those little ties, we're sorry to hear this, but we're putting this out as a PSA right now to the fans. Please, 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 don't speculate and don't spread these rumors. It's really, really upsetting the family. And that's the last thing we want. As much as we want to see the band continue or something like that, now is not the time, if ever, to spread rumors that are false. Nothing like that came from Wolfie or from the Van Halen camp. So please, 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 just put the rumors to rest. It's false. And let's not have these rumors spreading around and hurting all of us, especially Wolfgang and the family.
Yeah.
No, Buzik, it's not interesting, and let's just not talk about it.
And we talked about this on Saturday. We talked, but I think it was, when was that?
There wasn't
25th?
there wasn't a confirmation by Saturday from Wolfie. I know you guys talked about it watching the show.
Yeah, that was after that, because I saw it on Facebook on a Wolfgang Van Halen fan page.
Group.
is where I saw it, and then we talked about it.
That's where Wolfie saw it.
Yeah, which is right here. Yeah,
And then you wonder why. And here's the thing: you wonder why these people don't want any part of us when they're not out on the road. Like, you wonder why they go into radio silence. We used to complain about the Van Halen thing. We haven't heard a word from. Remember when the Van Halen official web page didn't go updated for like almost a year and a half? There was just nothing, no news, no nothing. This is why, because when something personal happens, we don't back off. And I don't mean us personally, but I mean fans and the public.
the fans
Don't back off and let people go. Let them do their thing, man. When they have something to talk about, they'll talk about it. Don't start talking about strong possibility that the band is not over. Who gives a shit? The past 2 years, the band has done nothing because 3 years, because Edward was sick. Let them grieve, for crying out loud. This is such it's such a bullshit thing we do as the public, the fans. It's just because they're public figures doesn't make them any less human. Imagine if that was your father, your brother, your sister, or somebody in your family that died, and people were just flocking over the corpse before you were able to grieve properly. It's just such bullshit.
We often forget as fans, because we're so invested in them as public figures that we love. We are often forgetting the human element of it, that they are a family, that Alex is his brother, that Wolfie is his son, that they are a close, tight-knit family. And we have this as fans, we have this false sense of entitlement that we almost own them in a way, that they owe us or something. And it's not that way. If you really love someone, respect them as people and enjoy the gifts that they give you. Eddie gave us so much, and he left, such a saddened world in his wake. And we're sad, but you can only imagine bringing it down to what the family is going through. Let them grieve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's. I'm gonna miss the music. I'm gonna miss the band. I'm thankful for what we had. I expect nothing. We're done. If they're nice enough to go and eventually go into the vaults and we get some sort of retrospective, a DVD, a box set, whatever that is. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, don't be pissed that it didn't. They're done. It's over as far as we're concerned right now. They owe us nothing. They never owed us anything to begin with. You know what they owed you for $14.99 or whatever you paid for the album? They owed you a piece of plastic with 12 songs on it. And they didn't even have to be good songs. All you get for your money is whatever you paid for. They owed you a performance. They don't owe you a good performance. They owe you a performance. And they owe us nothing. And they don't owe us an explanation. It's over. When Eddie Van Halen passed away, Eddie Van Halen's obligation to be a public figure and anybody in that family's obligation to be a public figure ended. And if Wolfgang chooses to walk away from all of this and be a silent manager of the EVH brand and we never see him in public again, that's okay too. If Alex Van Halen never plays on another record, we've got a great document of what he was capable of, and we will speak of him in reverential terms as one of the greatest rock drummers who's really more underappreciated than he should be. But he's one of the greatest rock drummers that's ever sat behind a kit, and we've got plenty to document that. And if he never plays again, that's fine. Thank you, Alex Van Halen, for everything you've done.
You know, Robot Master Switch in the chat said it really eloquently. It stops being fandom when you disrespect the creators of the thing you claim to love. And that's so true. It's so true. And by the way, Amanda, well wishes to your mom doing well. I hope she does well.
Yeah. Hey, Amanda. Hope everything's okay.
You can even see in the way that Wolfgang replied. Wolfgang's usually very even keeled and very level headed, and I'm not saying the way he replied is at all wrong, but he just came out with, you know, right out of the gate, it's a shitty lie. It's hurting me. It's hurting my family. I can only imagine how much that hurt, even typing that and having to deal with that.
Keep in mind, this kid has been, and we've talked about this before. I don't know if we've talked about it on this show, but I know we talked about it on the Saturday show. He has every reason, like Gene Simmons' kids, which I know we've talked about on this show, he has every reason and every opportunity to be a complete fuck up. And he's not. He's a level-headed, even-keeled, nice, very forthcoming, very outgoing and approachable person with the fans, and has no reason to be, but he is. But for all of the things that might have been wrong in their marriage with Eddie and Valerie, they raised a smart, intelligent, nice kid. And he has dealt with a lot of pressure of being Edward Van Halen's son with a grace that I don't know that many others have been able. He certainly has been a better model of a next generation of rock star kids than Ozzy's kids were. And so many others' kids are. I mean, he really has been in the spotlight since he was fucking 15, 16 years old. And he's handled all of it with grace. So if he snaps at this instant, imagine how much you would feel. And I don't know how much you love your parents. We joke about your parents all the time, John. I didn't have great relationships with my mother and father, and I was still sad when they passed. Imagine loving your parents and having the greatest thing, your best friend, the person that you've grown up next to that watched everything as you developed and was the guy that you trusted more in the world, taken away from you. That's got to be really painful. So if he swears and snaps at people for being assholes, he's entitled to it. He gets a pass.
And he's not even snapping. I just saw that tweet as him probably being in pain. And I understand that. And he's the same age as Johnny and I, 29. So, you know, again, well, he's probably turning it the first time though. Johnny, I have more experience at turning 29, but
I remember the day he was born. I remember I was in school and I heard the news.
Johnny was delivering the baby. Johnny's such a stalker fan. He had the mask on and he's like, yes,
shitting me?
Yes, Miss Bertinelli. You know.
Oh my God.
Caleb was outside the window with binoculars.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I just can't say it enough. And we have Paul. He talked about it on the show. He is probably the most adjusted and good soul kid. Yeah, Gene's kids also raised very well. And again, we joke about Gene too on the show, but you and I both love him to death.
Oh yeah.
And as a person, he was very close with his mom, same that I am. Very, very protective of his mom and his kids, and didn't raise spoiled assholes. Neither did Eddie. And just I wanted to point this out also. Wolfie's Twitter account. Johnny, are you able to project any of those tweets? Because he posted up specifically photos that he wanted to show the fans, some of his favorite photos of his relationship with his dad. Just photos of how close he was with his dad from being a little kid to being as an adult. He posted up a bunch of photos. I don't know if it was today or the other day, but I looked at them and it's heartbreaking.
It's been over the past few weeks.
Oh, okay. Because I saw some today that I hadn't seen before. But if you watch his Twitter, it's like, obviously he's dealing with that. The whole family is dealing with that. This is the last thing they need. And again, I want to emphasize, I'm not putting a blame on Stevie Rochelle, because you can't say he did that. Someone in the chat was saying, oh, Stevie's such a bitch. I can't even blame Stevie. I'm just pointing out that, Stevie had it on his Twitter. So did a lot of people.
But that's Stevie's job these days. Keep in mind, Stevie has been running that website for 20 years.
Right.
And that's been his job. And just because it's news that he broke that you don't like doesn't make it any better or worse than anything else he's ever done. Don't get me wrong. Stevie, all I pointed out, I'm not passing judgment on Stevie. He just happened to be the place that I saw it first.
Right.
And look, Stevie has done some great things with regard to passing news along. He gets where he is in the pantheon, all this stuff. I don't think we should shit on Stevie for it, but I don't think we should be mad that we're not getting an answer to stupid, unfettered rumors. And I don't think we should be mad at Wolfgang for his reaction.
No one's mad at Wolfgang. Everyone, I think everyone's feeling bad for Wolfgang, kind of like one of those looking at our shoes. Well, I thought it was true, so I didn't think there was any harm. And, and he gets that. Wolfgang's a smart guy. He gets it. I always say kid. He's not a kid. But, we always say kid. Yeah, we always say kid because it's, it's Eddie's kid. And, when you saw Van Halen in 2015, David Lee Roth was referring to him as the kid. I think of him as the kid. But, fact is he's a grown man with a very sharp, well-adjusted brain. And, he gets it. He gets the love that his father got. He
looks like he's capable of doing a little bit of damage, too. So I'm not sure I would want to be the guy to piss him off in the wrong circumstance. Yeah. He looks like he can bring a little bit of the thunder. So
yeah, not just on the bass.
But he's a big kid. Eddie was not the biggest guy in the world, but when you look at him next to Wolfgang, that he shops in the Husky section.
Yeah.
He's a big dude, and I'm not sure you want to get a guy like that mad at you.
Yeah, and again, I don't see him getting mad. I'm sure he gets the love that the fans have for Ed. I think just again, it hurts seeing all these people speculating and using it to, bring attention to their own projects or whatever by, posting these rumors that everyone wants to hear. And it sucks. It just sucks. It hurts him, So just please stop. Just please. If you're out there, if you're listening, just please stop. Let's just enjoy remembering Ed. The good, the silver lining that we have to enjoy is all of a sudden all these videos and photos and memories and stories are coming out into the open. We've had the biggest loss we could take by losing Eddie, but there is one thing that we can at least turn to for comfort. Of silver lining, if you can, is that all of a sudden we have more appreciation for Ed than ever seen in the world. And here's another thing I want to bring up. The charts right now. Let's see, I isolated this. Give me a second here.
I do love some of the stories that have come out, though, like how Ozzy says that Eddie called him up drunk, asking him to sing for Van Halen, and how David Coverdale says that that Eddie walked into their hotel room in Tahoe or someplace with him and Jimmy Page, and he walked in and immediately grabbed a guitar and went to Jimmy and said, "Hey, how do you play this?" Grabbed a beer out of the bar and sat down and said, "How do you play this? How do you do that?" There are some great anecdotes that are coming out about what a regular guy and Eddie Van Halen was. And again, I never met him, had a chance to talk to him, but I saw him at meet and greets and stuff, and he was always gregarious and outgoing and seemed like a nice guy. I would have loved to have been able to have a chance to sit down and talk to him. That just the timing never worked out that way. But it would have been a nice opportunity to just sit down and just let him be Ed away from Van Halen. You know, I've had that opportunity with a bunch of different guys in different bands where I've been able to sit and talk with them, and they didn't have to be on stage, you know, in character. And Ed seemed like that kind of guy all the time. He didn't seem like there was an act with him.
No.
It seemed like there wasn't on stage Ed and backstage Ed.
No, when I met him and talked to him, I talked to him for a while, and he was the exact same guy that I had seen on MTV and all those years, you know?
Genuine, just genuinely happy, appreciative, and nice.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, that's the best thing. Again, all you can leave is your rap, you know, who you are, your reputation. You know, what's the whole, people won't remember what you say. They won't remember what you did. They remember how you made them feel. And for those brief moments, if Eddie made people feel good, like I put in my sort of eulogy to him, I never knew him, but I felt like I did. You know what I mean? Like you felt like you knew him. Like it didn't feel like he was fake.
Well, that's why we all feel we have this ownership over him, this entitlement to be a part of it, you know. And you know, we do amongst each other, we can share that love and memories, but for the family, you got to remember it's a family, you know. But here's what I was talking about. So since Eddie's passed away, Hard Rock Digital Songs sales charts on Billboard has found that 21 of the top 25 spots since Eddie's passing have all been purchases of Van Halen songs. How crazy is that? The amount of people buying Van Halen songs, album sales are off the records. Downloads are off the records. Just 21 of the top 25 songs on the Billboard list are right now Van Halen songs. So you have, let's see.
Wow. Can you read them in order?
I'm going to. I'm going to count them down.
Yeah.
And let me just go forward by saying, let's see. AC/DC holds the number 8 spot with Shot in the Dark, which we're very happy about. And also surprising, I guess, because their resurgence, Thunderstruck, one of their old hits, is number 17 on the chart right now in downloaded sales. And let's see, there's also one song from Spirit Box, one song from Bon Jovi, and one song from Disturbed that are on the chart. All the others, 21 of them, are Van Halen. So here we go. Number 25, Ice Cream Man. Number 23, Pretty Woman. Number 21, And the Cradle Will Rock. Number 20, Unchained. Number 18, Beautiful Girls. Number 16, I'll Wait. By the way, as I'm reading these, I'm kind of surprised the order that some of these are being bought at, because I've always thought Unchained and Cradle Will Rock way more popular than I'll Wait and Beautiful Girls.
Well,
No,
I'll Wait.
no,
Well, actually, they were all 4 singles, right? They were all released as singles, all of those.
You tend to hear some of those songs on pop radio, though, that you wouldn't hear on your local rock station. And it's funny because our perception as to what was popular versus, like, the most popular Van Halen song is actually Eruption. That's what if you chart all of those things, that comes back. We do research on bands. If you played all the Van Halen songs,
You just gave away the number 1 song.
No, it's actually not. And honestly, I would have guessed Paul would be right on this.
it is in radio terms.
Okay. I'm actually surprised. I mean, this is all sales right now. What's being sold right now? You know, people saying, "Oh, I want to remember Eddie Van Halen." I'm downloading into my phone. And I'm surprised at the order some of these are in. I mean, again, I'm counting them down. So here we go. So 16 is I'll Wait. Number 15 is When It's Love. Number 14, When Love Walks In. Number 13 is Dreams, which I thought would be much higher.
Once you're done, what's the ratio of Roth to Hagar?
We could figure that out.
Finally, Roth versus Hagar.
Well, now we know the answer. Hold on. Let's see. Dreams is down at number 13. Counting down. Number 12, Jamie's Crying. I'm shocked that's higher than some of the others. Jamie's Crying? Compared to Dreams and Love Walks In?
It's because it's been around longer.
Probably. Number 11, Ain't Talking About Love. I also thought that one would come in higher. Okay. Top 10. Here we go. Number 8, remember, is AC/DC. So I'm skipping number 8. But from 10 to 1, Right Now. Number 9, Hot for Teacher. No surprise there. 7, Dance the Night Away. I didn't see that one.
Big pop hit.
That's on the radio every day.
Huge pop hit. That's on top 40 radio.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big pop hit. I mean
this is
it's
your
funny
department,
because
Wally.
it's funny because as a kid, when you heard that, like after listening to the first Van Halen album, then you heard Dance the Night Away. If that was the only thing you heard off the second album, you'd be like, oh my God, they sold out already. You know, because it really is an amazing piece of pop music. It's not a hard rock song in any way, shape, or form. That is a top 40 pop song. And
Yeah.
it's perfect.
And they
ahead,
didn't. Eddie said that he didn't like playing that song. Actually,
they
there's
were
an
right.
interview.
They were right. Whoever the record company guys were right. That was a massive hit.
I like their take on the song, but I'm just surprised that it's rating so high compared to some of the others below it.
It's one of those ones. It's a song that guys rock out to and girls can shake their ass to. That's the magic formula.
I like it. I like girls shaking their asses. But remember, in the Halloween costume contest, please send photos of your ass shaking in costume. Let's see. Number 6, Why Can't This Be Love? Great song.
That was the number 1 song.
Mm-hmm. Number 5, You Really Got Me. That's another one that kind of surprises me, that it's so high up there.
Well, it's funny. They own that song now.
That was their first single, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they own that song. The Kinks are an afterthought with that. It's almost like I Love Rock and Roll with Joan Jett. Joan Jett didn't write that song. That was a cover of another band.
Right.
But she owns that song now. Nobody gives a shit about the original. And to be honest with you, nobody really gives a shit about the original. You Really Got Me. It's a great song. The Kinks are arguably one of the most underrated bands of all time, but nobody cares about their version of it. It's the Van Halen version, so much so that when the Kinks put out that live album back in 1981 or 82, they rocked it up to make it sound more like the Van Halen version. They made it heavier sounding. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say they weren't allowed to play it.
No, they made it heavier. It wasn't anywhere near as
right.
As
I've seen that.
I could see why.
The original. Yeah, the Kinks are friggin' awesome. But let's face it, Van Halen owns that song now. That's a Van Halen song now.
Yeah, I agree. Still, with that said, I'm surprised number 5 on the chart. If I'm going to download 10 Van Halen songs, that's not the first one I think of. That's not even on my top 10.
But you're not.
But it's number 5 in sales.
You're not the average listener. You're not the average music fan. The average music fan only knows the songs that you're reading right now, and that's why they're the top 10 songs. Because when somebody says, "Hey, what songs define Van Halen?" You Really Got Me, Jump. Those are the 2 big ones. Panama, Hot for Teacher.
Hot for Teacher's way down the list. Well, no, it's number 9. I thought it would be higher though. I thought that would be about number 5. You know, barely broke into the top 10, but all right. So We Really Got Me is number 5. Okay, here's the top 4. No surprises on this one. If you would have asked me the top 4, these would have been my guesses. Maybe not exactly in this order, but real close. Number 4, Running with the Devil.
Duh.
Number 3, Eruption. Number 2, Panama. Jump, number 1.
Right. Those are the songs. Those are the big, and the only Sammy songs that really resonate are Dreams, not necessarily in this order. Right now, Dreams, Why Can't This Be Love? And then When It's Love, and Finish What You Started.
The ballads.
Those are the only songs that Van Halen fan that the general music fan really knows from the Finish What You Started, Right Now, Why Can't This Be Love, Dreams, and When It's Love. Those are the ones that from the Sammy years.
Fruitcake Tony brings up an interesting point. He says the best gauge that you have is to take out all of your Van Halen albums and see which one has the heaviest white ring around the cover. There's your gauge. For those that have it on, vinyl. I'm looking at my CD cases. I'm like, there's no white ring.
You're like, huh?
Yeah, there's no white ring. Yeah, so there you go.
And that's the thing with that band and with any band that you like, whether it's Metallica or whether it's Kiss or whether it's Van Halen or Poison or pick whatever your favorite band is. The songs that we tend to go, are the ones that most people go, yeah. And the ones that, nobody really cares about Top Jimmy as much as we might love that song. Nobody really cares about So This Is Love as much as we might like that song. Nobody really cares about, Seventh Seal or Mine All Mine or some of those I'm surprised that songs like Black and Blue and Cabo Wabo and Summer Nights haven't endured, but they didn't. They came and they went. And I'm really shocked that those songs, because those are 3 massive songs from the Sammy Hagar catalog that just don't get any play. Cabo Wabo is a fantastic, maybe because it's 7 minutes long.
That's a long one. Yeah.
Yeah. But Summer Nights a fantastic song. Black and Blue was all over the radio when that record first came out, and it hasn't hung in.
That was the first single.
Pound Cake isn't in there either, and that's surprising.
And it doesn't, for whatever reason, that one didn't neither did Top of the World. The only song on the Carnal Knowledge record is Right Now. It's the only one that's made it.
Did I say Beautiful Girls? Was Beautiful Girls in there somewhere?
Yeah, it was in there. Yeah.
Okay, because I love that song.
Yeah, there's so many songs that just didn't that they put out. And again, we like to do the whole Dave versus Sammy thing. When you go song for song, album for album, they put out just as much great music with Sammy as they did with Dave. It's different, but it's just as proficient. It's just as good, just as memorable. But it's not. It hasn't stuck around like the Dave stuff. Look at that top 5 list there. It's all Dave stuff.
I mean, I would have guessed that. I would have guessed that the immediate stuff was Dave. I've always said 1984, I always thought was like the ones everyone remembers. Everyone remembers Panama. Everyone remembers Jump. I mean, obviously Eruption is kind of a given because it's been played how many times in the news just, since his passing, but how many songs out of those 21 were Sammy and how many were Dave? Did you guys count?
The majority of them are Dave.
Let's see. Yeah. I'd say what? 2 to 1? Not 8. No.
And here's the reason.
2/3.
Here's
probably.
The reason why. They may have written more mass appeal songs with Sammy, and I think there's an argument to be made for that their songs with Sammy were much more mass appeal, but the guitar work is more inventive and ingenious on the Dave stuff. And that may be why, because Eddie has passed away, that people were like guitar. And the songs that they did with Dave tend to be more guitar oriented, more hard rock and more guitar solo. The song structure became more important with Sammy than the instrumentation was with Dave. Because let's face it, Sammy's a better singer. The production was better. When they started to become a slicker band with Sammy. And so it became much more song-oriented and much less about the solo. And the solos were massive on those first 6 records. By that point, by the time Sammy had joined the band, Eddie was established as the king. He was the guy. Didn't have to prove himself. Those first 6 records, he was still making a name for himself. And that's why I think those songs resonate from a guitar standpoint more than anything else.
I think also because that when you first heard those first 6 albums, that was like new and fresh and different, unlike you never heard before. And by the Sammy period, I think you were used to, as good as it is, I think you were used to it. Nothing shocked you anymore. And you had Sammy also pulling guitar duties. So sharing those.
Yeah. I think that there's that. I think that was sometimes a mistake. I think the idea that Sammy Hagar tried to put himself up as a guitar player on stage when you're in a band with Eddie Van Halen is a little bit of ego. I think that's a mistake. I think it was a mistake for them to try to acknowledge Sammy as, in some way, shape, or form, an equal to Eddie Van Halen. And to his credit, Eddie let him have that space, because a badass doesn't have to prove they're a badass all the time. You just know.
And he was humble. Eddie was always.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
humble
That's what I'm
with
saying. He let him have that. He let him have that. He let him have that. He's like, oh, well, Sammy wants to be a great guitar player. I'd love another guitar player in the band. Let him do his thing. Eddie didn't need to do that. Like I said, you just knew when Eddie picked up a guitar, you knew immediately. And you know that with all of those guys like Bonamassa and Vi and Satriani and those guitar hero guys that you hear about, Jimmy Page. You saw, like, if you watch that It Might Get Loud thing with The Edge and Jack White and Jimmy Page, the minute Jimmy Page picked up a guitar, the other guys sat back and watched, because a badass doesn't have to prove they're a badass. You just know when they do it. So when Sammy got on stage and said, hey, Ed, I want to play guitar on this, Eddie's like, you do your thing. You do you, because he wasn't intimidated by it in any way, shape, or form. And that's a class move.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Eddie was a classy guy, humble, classy, and just beyond his own abilities. Just godly as far as his abilities, and just humble about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And one of the things that we can say about Van Halen, and we talked about this on the air, we got his best. We got Eddie's best. We got him at his best. I don't think there's anything left on the table that he didn't exploit. Like, I don't think that we're going to sit like with Randy Rhoads and with Jimi Hendrix and with some of those other guys that died before their time. We sit back and go, I wonder what he could have done.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie had done pretty much everything that could be done with a guitar. I don't know that there was anything else that could be done with a guitar, because if there was, someone would have done it. Vi would have done it. Malmsteen would have done it. If there was something else that could be done with a guitar, Stanley Jordan, Steve Lukather, Alan Holdsworth, one of those guys would have done it. So it appears that Eddie has done everything that could be done with a guitar. I don't know that there's anything left on the table. We'll certainly love to hear anything that didn't get released, but I don't know that there's any other innovation that Eddie Van Halen, and somebody pointed out, that his last innovative moment was 1991 when he did when he had the whining motor of the power drill next to the pickup, which he didn't do first. The other guys
Gilbert did that. Paul Gilbert.
But that was the last sort of innovative thing that Eddie did. He didn't do anything innovative. His solo was Eddie's greatest hits. There was nothing new. We didn't hear anything new from Eddie. What Eddie started to do was this. This was how he started to make new innovations. The D-Tuna, the plate that is now that patent that went up on for sale, so that you could take the guitar and play it like a piano. The designing of new guitars and different things. This is where he started to innovate. He stopped innovating musically in the early 90s and started innovating from an inventor standpoint. This became the focus of Eddie Van Halen's love and desire, because he'd done everything he could do musically.
Let's not forget that without Eddie, we would not have the Floyd Rose. We would not have a Super Strat. Eddie designed the Super Strat. He's the father of the Super Strat. He was always an inventor, an innovator on product. The D-Tuna, all these things, were Eddie. I mean, this has always been him. He just happened to also write the songs and innovate the way you play the instrument, much less what you play, and the amps. His amp series too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the songs. It's the songs is what kept Van Halen out there all those years.
Yeah,
where
he was done as a guitar player at that point, as a shredder.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was more of a songwriter. All those other bands of the '80s, some of them are still around. Motley Crue, Ozzy, but a lot of those bands that tried to copy Van Halen, they're all gone. They were gone years ago, and the addition of Sammy Hagar just took them even further.
Well, Ozzy and Motley, were not copying Van Halen. I mean, obviously, they all had their own shtick. Ozzy was old school. Ozzy was pre Van Halen.
But their guitar players kind of took stuff from Eddie.
Well, I don't know that Mick Mars ever really took from Eddie Van Halen. He did one descending tap run at the end of Girls, 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 but I don't think that Mick Mars and Eddie Van Halen's
playing like a Kramer Beretta. Yeah. That's an Eddie influence.
He started with a Les Paul, and then he went over to BC Rich and played the Warlocks because they were just really crazy looking and evil looking, and then he went over to Kramer. I mean, different things he's played, but I mean, again, Mick was always a good, solid melodic player. There you go, Kramer. He was always a good, solid melodic player, but he never copied stuff off Eddie. He wasn't really a shredder, I mean,
no. Johnny, also keep in mind, if a guitar company comes to you and says, "Hey, I know you bought that Les Paul, but we're going to give you a Kramer," he'll go, "Well, shit, yeah, I'll take it."
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, I'm not sure Mick Mars sought out Kramer because Eddie Van Halen played it. I bet Kramer went to Mick Mars and said, "Hey, you guys are doing pretty well. We have a guitar we'd like to market. Would you like one?"
Yeah.
I mean, Eric Clapton once said that you spend your entire life playing guitar, getting to the point where you can afford the guitar that you want, and then they give them to you for free.
That's what Michael Anthony told me when I
Yeah.
talked to Michael Anthony on a Google Hangout years ago.
Yeah.
I asked him how many basses he had, how many guitars, and he said he only had a few, and then once they got popular, he said that people were just giving them to them like left and right.
Oh,
and he was donating a bunch of them to the Hard Rock cafes.
I know a ton of artists that are very well known for just going through guitars. I mean, you look at Tracy Guns. Everyone wants Tracy to play their guitar, and he does. But you know what? He has so many. He's like, all right, I played this. It's okay. I'm gonna get rid of it. I played this. Jack Frost, another one, great guitarist. Jack Frost is Sabotage and Seven Witches, goes through guitars like nobody's business. I mean, every time you see him, he's playing a different instrument because these guys, they search him out. They say, "Hey, play our guitar. Here's a free one." And, he plays it. If he likes it, he'll keep it. If he says, "I got better ones," he'll move it on. Not everyone wants a house full of shit like I have,
I've seen it. But no, what I meant by the Motley Crue thing was Motley Crue was one of those bands that Van Halen paved the way for Motley Crue as far as the Sunset Strip.
I remember the first time I saw, Circus Magazine used to have on the the four back pages of the magazine, they would have a little paragraph on up and coming bands.
Oh,
remember on the back pages, it was whatever the band was. And I remember the very first one from Motley Crue. I want to say it was like 1981 or 82. And it just said, it was two sentences. It had a picture of Motley Crue. It says, "Looks like Kiss, sounds like Van Halen."
There you go.
That's it. It was in Circus Magazine. That was the 2-sentence review of early Motley Crue. "Looks like Kiss, sounds like Van Halen."
Well, Kiss and Judas Priest was like, big on the costuming and stuff. So they definitely set up someone like Motley Crue. Same with Alice Cooper, technically, with the makeup and stuff and the theatrics. I mean, that really set the stage. The New York Dolls,
and give credit to London and
Hanoi
Wasp.
Rocks. Yeah.
London, Hanoi Rocks, Wasp. I mean, there were bands. Yeah, there were bands doing that back then that had sort of but obviously Kiss is the big granddaddy of them all. Kiss and Alice Cooper, are pretty much the pioneers of that style of music. And Motley was certainly Kiss meets Hanoi Rocks for me. If I looked at those, I'd be like Kiss, Hanoi Rocks, and Wasp. Yeah. And Wasp and Motley Crue were contemporaries of each other at the time. Motley just popped first. Because to be honest with you, they had better songs at the time.
And Jason Lee, Richie Sambora did play Kramer's. He also played Hamer at one time.
Strats, lots of Strats.
Yeah, a couple of Fenders. I mean, let's put it this way. If you follow through the 80s, everyone had their periods of, I'm endorsed by BC Rich or Kramer or Jackson Charvel, and you mix in later on, some guys got into ESP, Ibanez later on also, but like early on, the big ones, Kramer, Charvel Jackson, and BC Rich. Like everybody and their mother at least had those, Yeah. Everyone wanted to play the Floyd Roses like Eddie, or something similar like a Kaler.
Or Rockinger.
The Rockinger Trem.
Rockinger.
Just as bad as it plays.
I couldn't use a Kaler. I couldn't.
I didn't like Kalers either.
I'm fine with Kalers because I never really got used to any particular one, but I'm also okay with a V-Trem, and they're all comfortable to me. I like a fixed bridge too, for that matter.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there you go. Also, while we're talking indoor, well, I'll talk about that later, but someone else just got an endorsement deal I'm going to share with people.
I just heard somebody yelling in the background. Johnny, do you have to leave?
No.
Johnny, in the chickens! Johnny! I'm waiting to hear a chainsaw in the background of Johnny's house.
Wait. We're not. Oh, wait. There we go.
There we go. Let's see. So just coming up very, very soon. Coming up very, very soon, I'm going to bring out today's show and tell guitar, which is literally one of the 10 most recognized celebrity guitars in 80s metal. No joke, big deal. And then later on, Paulie is going to break out another guitar. So we got a lot to show today. Why you find that funny, Johnny?
He was like, "What?"
He's like, "Oh, I am. I mean, I am."
I brought it out. It's over there only because John wanted me to break it out. He mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, and this is the last show we're going to do during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and it's a pink guitar, and I know John will like it. So it's just sort of a way to whip this thing out, and it does have a little bit of a Van Halen connotation to it as well.
Excuse me while I whips this out.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Hmm.
Yes, Jay, I am digging it. I'm just trying to. It's practice without practicing. We're talking about practice.
Practice. Who needs practice? There's a lot of guesses in the chat. There's people guessing it's a CC DeVille BC Rich. Someone's guessing it's Paul Stanley's Eagle. Someone's guessing it's Paul Stanley's Cracked Mirror. Iceman. It's iconic. It's very, very, very iconic. And believe me, you will be shocked when you see.
Why is nobody guessing Randy Rhoads Polka Dot V?
It's possible. I would say that Randy's in the top 10 of most recognizable iconic guitars of the 80s. Yeah, and remember, I'm pointing out this is a celebrity guitar. It's a rock star guitar. It is not a replica. What I am showing today is the original guitar, not a replica. I have to really emphasize that because when you see it, you're going to be like, is that the real one? Yes. So very, very, very cool.
Yeah. Are there like cops like handcuffed to it?
Yeah, there should be like, like guys in black. Walk in, uncuff it, and bring it in.
John Biel comes in.
John Biel comes in with it handcuffed to him. He's like, I don't even want to be here, Mancuda. I don't even want to be on your stupid show. I saw those babies that are in the contest. They're supposed to be. Can we show those baby photos again? These are 2 entries for the costume contest.
Yeah, everybody.
And again, if you're just joining us, there you go. That's the John Biel costume.
Oh,
that's Killian as John Biel. and there's
Ellie.
There's Ellie as John Biel.
So again, I've got to remind you guys before I show this guitar, Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest.
that one is disturbing looking.
I love that so much.
It's so disturbing.
Oh man, I just love that. So I've just got to bring up. This is the last week to get us entries for the great Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest. We have prizes. We are sponsored by Swiss Picks, who has donated a bunch of prizes. We are sponsored by Tessie Switch, who has donated prizes. We are sponsored by, look at these beauties, Vinum Custom Guitar Pickups. These are mine, but Craig Vinum, if you win a set or a single of Vinum Custom Pickups for the contest, Craig will let you pick them off the website so you can have a pickup in your color. You got an Ibanez gem that needs green distortion pickups, he'll give you that. That's the prize. So
Not yet.
Thank
I'm
you.
working on it.
Yeah. Hopefully soon.
Yeah, I don't know. She might flake.
Yeah, and Fruitcake Tony is sponsoring some merch, and Sandra Bicorni is sponsoring some merch. And who's giving the cash prize, Johnny? Let's shout out to
It was the guy you guys are making fun of at the top of the show.
boy, narrow it down for me a little.
Charles Green.
Charles
Oh,
Green.
so really? Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah, he's like, this is what I'm getting for my sponsorship and my donating prize money. Yeah,
Yes,
so-
he got a whole lot of mentions for that because we're so appreciative.
That's right. Yeah. So go to Tessie Switch, go to their website, check them out. Go to Vine and Pickups, go to Swiss Picks, check out their merch because they're sponsoring this contest and giving you guys and girls some really, really cool prizes. But get your entries in a photo or video of you dressed as any one real or fake character associated with the show. If you want reference photos for your costumes, go to Jonathan Mancuda Facebook and look in my timeline for reference photos. But so far, a bunch of Mama Mancudas, a couple of John BLs. There's Jay Hannon. There's Mama Mancuda. You could dress as Wilfred Brimley, not that piece of shit. There we go. Johnny B.
Dress as Nuno?
Look at that.
Well, me.
Thank you, Cobra Kai. By the way, you could dress as one of us in Halloween costumes. Like if you zoom in on that, Johnny, you can see Paulie's dressed as the girls from, what is that, The Omen or The Shining? Or
The Shining.
Shining. I always mess that up. Caleb's dressed as Frankenstein with a Frankenstein. John BL is it. There's Mama Mancuda. Is Mama Mancuda dressed as
Psycho. That's
as Mrs. Bates. You got Gene Simmons with Barbara Papa Tongue. I'd love to see that. You got
Wait, let me get this straight. So your mom would be Mrs. Bates?
My mom is Master Bates.
Well, no, which makes you her son, Master Bates.
I am Master Bates. I'm actually I'm the bottom left, dressed up as Dr. Frankenfurter.
Yes.
And Johnny's
or Vinnie Vincent.
Look at Wilfred Brimley as the Joker. I want to see some
awesome.
Wilfred Brimleys. I want to see Blue Rhino. I want to see JoJo the Chimp. I love the hamburger from Better Off Dead. It's an awesome movie. Yeah. So anyone from the show dressed
I just
up.
noticed Ned
the cat. Ace is there, right under Gene Simmons. JoJo the Chimp is up top left. Thank you, Cobra Kai. You're amazing at these graphics. Yeah. So, and you can.
I love the fact that John BL is creepy. He's the creepiest character of all of us.
he's Pennywise.
He's in the fucking grate. Going, come on, everybody, come on, creepy fuck.
Well, what's more creepy than seeing poor Ellie dressed as John BL?
Yeah, well, I told you. I'm freaked out about that.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that. So anyway, get your photos and videos into either Johnny Beane or myself, or tag us on Instagram, or put it on our Facebooks, or get it in the Discord. Look at that.
God, that is so disturbing.
I'm John BL.
Wow. You never knew John could be so demonic. Alex R wants to know about Pat's dogs. You want to dress as a chili dog? You can dress as a chili dog. Pat's dogs. Love that. Yeah. So anyway, so great job.
By the way, I'm not going to say anything, but Lemmy feels a little left out.
Lemmy's in there. Oh wait, no, Lemmy's not in the Ace is in there. You know why? You know why? Because Ace is always on camera.
I know. No, Lemmy is. She's chill. She doesn't care.
She's letting Ace.
We've talked it over.
Thunder. She's letting Ace
talked it
get
over.
the thunder.
Yeah. Lemmy's a silent killer.
And remember, on Saturday Night Live this Saturday, this Halloween, we will be judging the contest live. So you guys get to see some of the entries, and we'll be giving away some awesome and valuable prizes. We're gonna have some great surprises. So definitely. Jesus Rapes Me is asking, will the Tessie Switch prize fit in a 3-inch hole in a Strat pick guard?
Giggity.
I'm sure Tessie Switch will let you, get a nice one. Trust me. We really appreciate the prize donors and contributors that are sponsoring this contest. Speaking of sponsors, thank you, Swiss Picks and Bang Energy Drink as well.
I'll be right back.
Paulie, there you go. Okay, It is time for this week's Show and Tell Guitar. Probably the coolest Show and Tell Guitar I think I've ever had on the show. This one is awesome. And again, I want to remind you, this is brought to you by Breast Cancer Awareness. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Where is it? Let's see. Love pink. Think pink. If you are a girl, this is the month that you should set up your mammogram. Early detection is key to breast cancer awareness survival, and guys, you could get it too. So give yourself self-exams through the year, but in October, set up a mammogram. See a professional doctor. And if you're a guy, tell every woman you know, mother, sister, wife, girlfriend, fuck buddy, aunt, grandma, cousin, friend, tell every girl you know that it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. To be aware is to save yourself. Okay? My cousin, God bless her, breast cancer survivor. I've had other friends, breast cancer survivor. Peter Chris, a male with breast cancer. Yeah, guys can get it too. So self-exam. Ladies, if you need help, I'm happy to give you a little assistance, but I'm not a professional doctor. Played one on TV once, but I'm not a professional doctor. So set up your mammogram. Spread the word. Pink ribbon, October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Know your girls and fuck cancer. Okay, time for our Show and Tell Guitar. I gave you guys. Oh, wait, what was that, Frankenberry? Check your boobies. Know your boobies. Pink is Breast Cancer Awareness color. There you go. Okay, so today's Show and Tell. Johnny, what was the clue I gave for today's Show and Tell Guitar?
I just got here. I don't know.
It was a photo. It was a photo of my mom.
Oh,
that's the clue I gave for what today's Show and Tell Guitar is. Now, again, I like to show off pink guitars during Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but it's also Halloween week. And this is the last show, close enough to Halloween, that I wanted to show a Halloween-themed guitar as well. And I wanted it to be something special to draw attention to Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Now, Paulie's got another guitar to show later. But right now, I'm going to show you one of the most iconic, copied, replicated guitars of the 1980s metal scene. And I'm seeing guests in there. It's a Paul Stanley guitar. It's a Vinnie Vincent guitar. It's a CC DeVille guitar. None of you guys are right. Mama Mancuda, is it a double neck? It is not. It's not the Cheap Trick guitar. You're going to be blown away when you see this because I haven't told many people I have it. Certain people know I have it. The artist I obtained it from or helped me obtain it knows I have it.
It's still searching for you.
I even lent it out. And I even lent it out. I even lent it out back to the artist to make some really, really accurate replicas. So, ladies and gentlemen, for Breast Cancer Awareness Month and for Halloween, one of the most iconic guitars of the 80s, right here. Look at that thing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Now the clue I gave you was a photo of my mom. This, ladies and gentlemen, was George Lynch's original mom during the 1980s. This is the original George Lynch owned J.FROG mom Skull and Bones guitar. This is the original one that was in the Hard Rock Cafe for many, many years. I think about 30 years. And thousands and thousands and thousands of replicas have been made of this specific guitar. Everybody knows it. Everybody recognizes this guitar. Everyone sees it and knows what it is. Now you're questioning, wait a second, John, I remember George used it in the 80s and then gave it to the Hard Rock Cafe. How do you have it? There was a point where the Hard Rock Cafe, I approached George and I said to him, I want to try to get something out of the Hard Rock Cafe. And of course, George thought I was crazy at first, but we came up with a negotiation with the Hard Rock Cafe. I'm not going to say how much it costs. I'm not going to say what it took, but this guitar came back from the Hard Rock Cafe to George Lynch and to me. I own this guitar. This is Mom. George Lynch gave it the name. This was made by J.FROG. Now, there's so many details about this guitar I'm going to show you. The first one I'm going to show you is the back, because George signed this over in 1987, and it's got some serious play wear on the back because George used it in concert a lot. And of course, it was in a lot of music videos. You recognize it from the Dream Warriors music video, from the Burning Like a Flame video. You've all seen this in concert, and you've seen a million gajillion magazine covers with it, pinups, posters, merch, and how many thousands and thousands of replicas have you seen made of this specific guitar? Gobs of them. It's about 8 pounds, I would estimate. Maybe 9 pounds. Not too bad. Let's get a close-up look, because the detail on this is insane. I mean, I know you've seen like tons of replicas, and probably the camera's probably not doing it any justice. Let's see if I could get some of the detail in there. The first thing you'll know about it is that if you look at the skull itself, this was a labor of love for J.FROG, J.FROG. The skull itself, let's see if I could capture this in the light, because there's a couple of interesting facts about this. Let's see if I could do this without banging it around. Okay, so right here, let's see if I could get a dark light on it. It's hard to tell. Let's see. There's part of the skull that's lighter than the rest of it. Let's see. How can I do this? Maybe there.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Look at the skull. You see that white splotch at the top of the skull? Originally, when J.FROG started making that, he thought it would be cool to have some hair on it. So he glued some hair on the skull. It didn't look good, and when he pulled it off, it took off a bit of the over shellac that makes it like a yellowish bone. So it's part of the clear coat came off it with the hair. Then you'll notice the tooth on this one. Let's see if I could get that. Do you see that it's gold on the far left of your screen?
Yeah.
That gold tooth. That's J.FROG's actual tooth. He had it come out. He saved it, and he thought it would be neat to incorporate his real tooth into this guitar. So that gold-covered tooth was in J.FROG's mouth. That was his actual human tooth used in the making of the guitar. Now, the bones details, you see, are way, let's see if I could even get close. You can see how really, really scraped up and detailed that is. A lot more than most replicas, because most replicas haven't had the chance to get this close to the real one. I lent this a few years ago to my friend Craig Rundles and George Lynch, who were making a run of replicas called the OG Bones, which to this day is the closest you can get to this. So you could get an accurate carve and measurements and whatnot. And they made only a few of them. George played one in the Japan tour, reuniting with Dokken a few years ago. He played one of the replicas. This is what it was made from this, using this as the guideline to make the replicas. Craig, if you're out there, you still owe me one of these. And basically, they were supposed to make 15 of them. I think they only made like maybe 9 or 10, something like that, if even that much. They stopped the project a little early. It was very complicated. It was very complicated. And basically, in a nutshell, George used this until the Burning Like a Flame video, where the temperature change was initially pretty warm, and then they were driving around in the fire truck at night, and it got really, really cold. So a little crack formed in one of the bones, and it rattled, and it affected the tone that George didn't like to play it anymore. So he donated it to the Hard Rock Cafe.
They shot that in Boston, Massachusetts with the Boston Fire Department on a winter's night, and that's when that happened.
Right. And basically it went to the Hard Rock Cafe where it hung up, and you could see photos of this. It hung up near Amir the Rock's, I know Paulie loves that name, near
Worst
his
name in rock history.
It hung up, I think, originally in Hollywood, near an air vent, and right next to Amir Durak's Navy camouflage guitar. You could see photos of it online at the Hard Rock Cafe back then. And being that close to the air vent, it got a little bit of a yellowish tinge. You know how white turns, like a cream yellow? This did too. So it kind of aged the bones even a little more. So this sat there, and it wound up going, I think it was overseas to another Hard Rock Cafe. I want to say Brazil, but I might be wrong in that, where it was in a glass case for years and years and years and years. And by the way, if you're watching, please leave a thumbs up, because I don't think this show has ever deserved a thumbs up like right this moment, where you're seeing a rock legend. So please take a second, leave a like on the video, leave a thumbs up. Appreciate it. Okay, so this was in the Hard Rock Cafe in a glass case. Years and years ago, a young Craig Rundles, my friend and fellow guitar player and guitar builder, went to see it and was blown away by seeing it, saying, one day I would love to make a replica of this, never thinking that it would leave the Hard Rock Cafe, because they don't sell guitars. They don't get rid of these usually. They don't need the money. They don't like to deal. I'm not going to say what I went through to get it, but no, nothing like that. George had to do that. No, I'm just kidding. Right now,
how do you think his hair got that color on the top?
Yeah, I know, right?
Lamar called. He wants his hair color back.
Anyway, so this was in the Hard Rock Cafe. I basically devised a plan to get it out of there legally. But basically, I approached George. We came together with, one of the higher ups of the Hard Rock, and we came to form a once-in-a-lifetime agreement to get Mom out of the Hard Rock Cafe, because I don't want her submitted to French fry air where she wasn't maintained, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, smoke and all the food stuff. And this girl deserves better. This is one of the most legendary guitars of 80s metal. Easily recognizable. And so many companies make replicas of this to this day, including J.FROG. So, but to have the original, I mean, as a kid, obviously, I saw this in videos and posters. Every magazine cover, I dreamed of owning this, never thinking this would actually be in my hands. But a lot of effort later. Anyway, so here's the headstock. You recognize it. It has those rare little bone tuners, those skull and bone tuners, and a couple of marks. And the ironic part is, when this was shipped overseas, the headstock actually got a crack in it and needed repair at the tip. So the headstock,
just for a second,
just the tip. Yeah, so the headstock needed repair. It was repaired since then and is in great shape now. But that and the crack that it got in 1987 was also repaired since then. The board is ebony and scalloped from the 10th fret down. So let's give you a look at that. Let's see it. If you could really see it. Kind of hard. There you go. It's a thin ebony board. It's not a big layer of ebony. It's thin and it's scalloped. I don't know why George wanted it from the 10th fret, but he did. And let's see. Thin maple neck, thin and wide. You can see the neck profile of it. It's pretty thin. There you go. Way more detailed than photos can really justify, even more detailed than this video can get. It really is hard. The pickup, because Fruitcake Tony is asking, how does it sound? The pickup is a custom wound one for George. I don't know if they called it anything, but it was basically a prototype pickup that's in there. So they kept that. It sounds great. It plays very nice. But again, George gets what he wants. I mean, it's George frickin' Lynch. So let's see. Other than that, no serial number on it, but it's very easy to distinguish from its own replicas for a lot of reasons I won't really get into, but there's a lot of things. Obviously, a human tooth. That's one of them. Certain markings on there, certain little nuances I won't really get into, but let's see. Obviously, original Floyd Rose, real Floyd Rose. Let's see. What else could I tell you about this thing? Let's see. Let's hit some questions from the chat because I'm sure there are some. Let's see.
How does it smell?
Yeah, it smells like a human tooth rotting in gold. Let's see. What's up with that plate? Hey, I didn't make it, but you can see it's obviously been sweat on a lot because it's basically you've got a light little corrosion on it. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through the chat, seeing. Robot Master Switch said the limited edition 25 made ESP replicas in the 90s were about 4K then. I can't even imagine the real one. The thing about all the replicas, and there's a lot of companies that makes really nice replicas, the only one that really came really close to it, because I lent them the guitar, is Craig Rundle's, because again, the OG Bones edition was, he was able to basically sit there and try to match the carvings as close as possible. You can't get it exact, but the closest possible one is to get one of those few that was made. And again, George had one, he sold his. But that's as close as possible. The original ESP ones were not licensed, those 25. They didn't even finish building all 25 of those. I think they made like 22 or 23 before they got a cease and desist from J.FROG. And now remember, when this was given to the Hard Rock Cafe in 87, George got a second one that didn't look exactly like this. It was another Bones guitar, looked very distinctly different, but it was the second one made for him by J.FROG, and he didn't take to that quite the same way he did the original. The original one, just everybody remembers and recognizes it. The It's Not Love video that he's playing it on the truck. He was, by the way, playing it with a different neck than the one that he used in real life. So that was almost like a pointed, I want to say like a pointed Kramer neck, maybe. It was basically a fill-in neck for the time. So this was not the neck that was used in the It's Love video. This was the in the other videos, he's using this neck. And in photos and obviously all the magazine photos, it's this neck. Let's see, scrolling through the chat. Happy Halloween almost, by the way, everybody. Yeah, you didn't think that the clue was mom, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see. And when you have a named guitar, something famous that has a name, like Eddie's, standard is Frankenstein or 5150, this is mom. When you have a named guitar, there's something about it that it's almost magical to own something like this. It's very humbling knowing that I can't give it, the ability to play it the way that George did, but it's better to have it in my hands than in the Hard Rock Cafe, sucking in smoke, wood not being oiled. The first thing I did was oil this ebony because it was dry as grandma's snatch. So definitely guitars need to be played and maintained, especially something like this. Gross the guitar, gross mom's snatch.
All of the above?
There you go. Let's see. I'm just looking through. George gave Mancuda his bone. Let's see. I'm just looking through. And nobody guessed it. I didn't think anyone would guess this one. Dream Warriors.
Someone did guess a George Lynch ESP though.
So, but it's not an ESP. Remember, ESP did not have anything to do with this. This was J.FROG.
Even though there's ESP on the headstock.
Right. This is the thing. ESP, and that's a good point I missed. ESP saw George doing a video with this, and someone was always on set making sure that his endorsements were, valid, that they're giving him guitars, and he always had to put ESP on the necks, including his BC Rich Gunslingers. They put ESP necks on those. So on this, he says,
And
I'm not
some of his Kramers too, because he played Kramers too for a while.
Right. And he basically said, hey, whoa, before you shoot this video, that has to have an ESP logo on it. So he says, well, I'm not changing the neck. The neck was custom made for the guitar. So I said, no problem. There you go. And put an ESP logo on it. But this was not built by ESP. This was built by J.FROG, known as J.FROG.
Yeah. And here's
Garcia is his real name, by the way. Just
here's a picture of Jason Becker's. Jason has one as well. A J.FROG.
He has okay. So he has a J.FROG made replica, which were nice replicas, but none of them ever achieved the detail. Even the replicas that Johnny does never achieved the details of the original ones that he did the first time. And you notice Jason doesn't have the tuners, the skull tuners. They're very hard to find these days.
But look what it says, J. Becker.
That's very cool. Let's see. I'm just scrolling through. Let's see. Yeah, it's under 10 pounds. It's probably about 9 pounds.
What is?
Yeah. Excuse me, my bone, of course. Let's see. It's not real bone. It's carved wood, obviously. Although the tooth is real bone, obviously. I'm just scrolling through. Thank you for all the nice comments. Please like the video. Let's see.
I've never posted that picture before. That was at one of Jason's birthdays some years back. Whoops. Oh, that's okay.
There we go. Welcome, Tessie Switch in the house.
Oh yeah, Tessie Switch is texting me.
Tessie Switch, one of our sponsors for the Halloween contest prize.
Yes.
Thank you, Tessie.
I just texted you back, Tessie. A live texting.
Let's see. Free George Lynch DNA on there. Yeah, definitely a well-played guitar, clearly. What fret size? I'm not good with fret size. They're kind of small though. I'd say I'm gonna guess. Jeez, I want to say like they're kind of low. They're wide though. I'm not good at wire gauges. I want to say like flat jumbos almost. They're not high peak though. I'm not good at fret size. I'm really sorry. I don't know the wires. I know like what a 6100 wire feels like on BC Rich, but I'm not really good on it. Let's see.
Well, you can tell just by looking at them. You can tell if they're like big or small or medium.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look. I mean, they're wide, but they're kind of low. They're not big in height. Let's see.
I would say those are probably mediums.
Yeah, and there's a couple of interesting things. Some say that some of the wood for the bones came from these two blocks that J.FROG had under the wheels of his boat trailer. That he basically said, you know what, let me grab. I need some wood to make these bone fingers. So he grabbed those blocks and carved those out of those and attached them on here. So that's another thing. Let's see. What else can I give you? Just give you a little closer up look over at it. There you go.
And where do you plug into it?
Right in the nostril. No, the jack is. Let's see if I can get the. right at the bottom. You see that?
Yeah.
Right by where my finger is. There you go. And look at the detail on some of the bones. See if you could. If you notice, a lot of the replicas don't have that fine detail that he put into the bones of this guitar. Wrapping around the back.
That's the longest bout of silence that John Mancuda has ever had on this show.
I know, right?
Is it heavy? I imagine it's heavy.
It's about 9 pounds. I mean, I think I'm pretty accurate with that. I'm feeling probably about 9 pounds. I mean, I don't think it's I want to say 9 pounds.
Still a bitch of a guitar for 2 hours on stage.
Yeah. And George didn't play it, always on stage. I mean, he alternated between, but it always came out. I mean, obviously, It's Not Love and Dream Warriors and Mr. Scary, he usually played on. Now, here's another thing. A lot of people mistake the name of this guitar for Mr. Scary. It's not Mr. Scary. This is Mom. Mr. Scary was a Kramer that had a skull graphic with a rose in its mouth, and eventually graffiti and chunks of the guitar carved out of it. That was Mr. Scary. And sometimes George is referred to as Mr. Scary. But the name of this guitar is Mom, or the Skull and Bones guitar. Let's see. Han Solo says the frets were probably leveled a few times. I'm sure. I mean, he had this guitar for a while. He used it a lot. If I had a nickel for every time there's a photograph of him playing it.
I was going to say, my guess is that scalloping has to do with the fact that when George tapped, he didn't really tap. He dug in with his pick. And I would assume that the amount of abuse that fretboard would take with him tapping with his picks would probably eventually chip the ebony if there weren't some scalloping going on in there.
I don't know, because, I have a bunch of George's guitars, and this is the only one I have that's scalloped. So I don't know why. I mean, again, George is a tone chaser, so he tries different things. He plays with pickups. In a way, he's like Eddie with that. He's always tinkering with amps and chasing tones and trying to switch things. He loves, prototype pickups again, which this pickup has a prototype. So I think that just might have been something he wanted to try, was a scallop pickup, a scalloped fretboard rather.
Yeah, remember, Yngwie made that popular in the 80s, even though it had been done before. When Yngwie did it in 1982, 83 with Steeler, and then, of course, after the Rising Force record came out, all of a sudden, some people were like, "Oh, in order to play that fast, you must have a scallop neck." And that just wasn't the case, but I imagine everybody probably took a crack at it. Obviously, Vi still does it on the last 4 frets of his gem guitars. Most of the gems have scallops from the 21 through 24.
I know that. Let's see. Scrolling back up, Lenny Lou wants to know: do the bones get in the way of playing? No, really, because you're really playing up here. Let's raise this up a little bit. No, you're really playing up here, and here there's just a little bit of rippling, for the cutout of the bones, but it's not like the fingers. You see the bones are carved in, but the fingers are down on the bottom, and that's where it gets really lumpy. But you're not really there, so you're kind of leaning over here when you're on the bridge. So you're really not leaning against anything bothering you so much more than a few ribs. Pardon the pun.
I'd be afraid of the guitar biting.
Yeah, I know. Well, remember, it came to life and defeated Freddy Krueger in the Dream Warriors video. So, pretty fun there.
Oh, I never saw it.
And it looks like you'd have a hard time with. It looks like you'd have a hard time with upper fret access, but then as you take a good look at that, there's plenty of room in that lower bout.
There really is. There really is. It's a deep carve over here, so it does give you room. But this does have a finger here that's kind of getting in the way of you. If you're not, I'm sure George knows how to do everything. He'd play with his dick if he wants, but and someone asked how many bolts are holding the guitar on. There's 3 bolts holding the plate on, holding the neck on rather. There's a hole for a 4th, but if you look at the carve, it's at a rounded angle, so there's no real way to get a full flat 4-screw plate there. You know, so it's at a rounded angle. So, but you can see the hole.
That shows you the difference between guitars back then and guitars now. Now all of the Charvels and even the EVHs and stuff and the Ibanez all they've beveled the back there so that the neck joint, there's like a, it's a much smoother joint there, so that you don't have to have a flat plate. In fact, you don't have a neck plate at all anymore. Now they screw them directly right to the body of the guitar and bevel everything so that you have better access to the upper part of the neck. But that wasn't a technique back in 1980s.
And if you also look at like some of the sculpting was like so detailed. I don't know if you could really even see against the light. I'm trying to catch it. Just some of the sculpting around the wood and connecting the loose wood pieces to the body. You catch that. It's just kind of rough and interesting how J.FROG put that together. And I've seen and held and tried so many replicas of these that, they're just not as detailed, or they're just not as, intricate, I guess, in construction as the original was, because the original was just like a weird labor of love that just, hey, you want something unique? I'm going to build you something unique. I'm going to put myself into it. Here you go. Let's see. What does the case look like for it? Unfortunately, the original case, whatever it looked like, is gone. I got a different case for it. A coffin, right? I got a different case for it and some custom foam inside. So I don't know the original touring case or whatnot. Let's see. Just scrolling through the chat looking for questions. And again, those blocks of wood that were under his boat, those were used to make like the glued on and molded in fingers and stuff, some of the bones. The body itself, speculation is that it started as a telly type body and was carved from there for the parts that's carved as the one piece. So that's your tone wood right there. Let's see. Yeah, my insurance agent, believe me, they're very happy. Let's see. Could I put a red Tessie switch in the nasal cavity? It's very possible to, what I should do is I should.
Oh, like a clown?
I was thinking in the eye and just, just right in his eye.
Oh, the ones that light up.
Yeah, that would be fun, right?
Oh, like red ones.
Let me just
red ones.
Let me just modify one of the most recognizable heavy metal guitars of the 80s. Let me just mod the shit out of it. Even George will be like, why did I get rid of that to you? Yeah, I'm entrusted with this. So, and someone asked, does it glow in the dark? It doesn't, but I know there's some companies, like I know Piper Customs makes a version of this. There's hundreds of companies that make replicas of this. Let's get that out of the way. I know Piper Customs specifically does them in a lot of colors. I've seen green and red and white, and I think they might be able to make you glow in the dark. I'm sure someone could, but the original one, it does not glow in the dark. Let's see. Just looking through the questions. Did Lynch play that one live? He did. He played specific songs with it. I believe specifically he played Mr. Scary with it in concerts. Dream Warriors when that came out, and I believe it's not Love, I think, was also. But yes, he played this live a lot. There you go. Anyway, so that's pretty much the gist of it. So just a little thumbnail there.
238.38.
There you go. And that, boys and girls, is a legendary piece of 80s metal history. George Lynch's original J.FROG Skull and Bones Mom. Happy Halloween. And again, breast cancer awareness. You don't want to look like this guy.
But that's a girl.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, I guess it could be a girl. It is
And
named
it's called-
Mom. It is named
called
Mom.
Mom.
I guess it is a girl. Yeah, so please leave a thumbs up and like the video. So there you go. That's a close look at a legendary guitar. Paulie, what do you
Wow.
think? You want to break out yours now?
Sure. Mine, almost as rare.
Very rare.
Is yours dad?
Who's your daddy?
This is.
Now again,
Oh,
I
your microphone.
I asked Paul to bring this. I asked Paul to bring this one in. I asked Paul to bring this one in today specifically for Breast Cancer Awareness Month because, again, I love having pink guitars on all the time, but I love it specifically during Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So
this is the absolute second. This is the second production Ernie Ball Music Man Eddie Van Halen in pink. In trans, you can't really see the pink in this light because
There it is.
red, but
There it is.
that is pink.
right there.
They have only made approximately 200 of these, and this is the second one. The very first one was made on July 5th, 1991. This was made on July 9th, 1991. The prototype went to Edward Van Halen. This one went to me. I didn't buy it originally. It was originally bought by a guy in England and shipped to a UK guitar dealer called Strings and Things, which I'm sure is not an uncommon name for a guitar shop anymore. The thing about this one is if you notice, the signature is in silver on the headstock. Only the very first ones came that way. They changed that signature to black later on because they found that it popped better against the actual pink color. Finding one of these that is not faded is almost impossible. This one is as good as it came off the floor. And interestingly, I don't know, the original owner says that it was modified at the factory by Ernie Ball. Ernie Ball did modify some of these guitars with this modification, most notably Jerry Cantrell. It has been routed for a free-floating trem. Unlike any of the Ernie Balls that came stock from the factory and any other Edward Van Halen guitar, they are all only trems that can descend. He did not want them to lift up because he believed that the guitar flat against the body, the trem against the body, helped with resonance. But you could order it routed like this, and this route is exactly the same as the ones that Jerry Cantrell has. The original owner of the guitar claims it was done at Ernie Ball. I have contacted Ernie Ball. They do not have records that state that. They won't tell you actually who the guitar was made for. They will only tell you where it was shipped to. I have several of these guitars, not in this color, but I have several Ernie Ball Music Man. Some of them have gone to, they'll only say artist relations. They won't tell you who the artist was. They'll just say artist relations. I don't know who the original owner of this guitar was, but I do know they were in England, and that this is the absolute second pink, translucent pink Ernie Ball Music Man ever produced. And it is a fairly rare guitar. And because it is pink and because John loves pink guitars, I told him I'd whip it out before the end of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So here you go. Even though the color doesn't really pop the way we would like it to in this lighting, trust me, it is a vivid, vivid pink.
Hold it right about there. Yeah, right there. You guys can catch in the reflection a little bit toward the bottom of the guitar just how pink that is. I'm like madly in love with that thing. And again, it's the second produced one out of, 200 or so produced totally.
I will give you the first one serial number because I have them all, at least the first 20 or so. I checked them out. The first one was built on July 5th. It is serial number 80056. This one was produced 4 days later.
Nice.
I don't know that the prototype has a serial number on it. I would assume not. But if you Google Edward Van Halen's Pink Music Man, the one they call Edward Van Halen's Pinky, Pinkie, you will see a guitar very similar to this with that signature in silver. Only the very first ones have the silver signature on them. They were replaced with black soon thereafter.
And when are you shipping that one to me?
That's going to happen.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up, Paulie. I mean,
I understand. Yeah.
I'm turning 29 again.
There is a long line. I wish I could get you a really good shot of how vivid this is, because it's not faded at all. It looks like it when you see the light hit it like that. That's actually the quilt in the guitar. It's not faded. It's beautiful. It's a vivid, beautiful pink.
It looks dark, actually. It doesn't even look faded. It looks like dark or almost red, but like
yes.
I know it's not.
No, that's the quilt in it. The quilting in the top is ridiculous. And it's weird because for those that don't know about these guitars, most of them faded immediately. It's because the UV protection at Ernie Ball was not matched up. And that's the other thing. Most of the necks and the bodies of these guitars also don't match up. Like I have a purple one of these where the guitar is barely faded at all, if at all, but the headstock is faded significantly. It just happened because Ernie Ball didn't match the necks to the guitars from the beginning of the build. They'd have a bucket of necks and a bucket of bodies, and they just slapped them together indiscriminately. So this one here appears to have been obviously color matched from the day from the word go, and it is not faded at all. To find one that has this kind of vivid color is a rarity in and of itself. There are those who would say that routing of the trem devalues the guitar. This is a stable tremolo, and I don't use it. I'm not a whammy bar guy that beats the shit out of the whammy bar, so it doesn't bother me at all. And it was professionally done. It could have been done at the factory. As I put this next to any of the Jerry Cantrell factory routed ones where they know that Ernie Ball did custom make them for Jerry Cantrell, they're indistinguishable. It looks like the exact same routing, the exact same process. So I have no reason to believe that it wasn't done by Ernie Ball, but I can't confirm that.
Nice.
So there's your breast cancer awareness pink Ernie Ball Music Man.
Nice. And thank you for bringing a pink guitar on, Paul.
Good luck finding one of these guitars, any of these guitars now, the Ernie Balls, the actual Eddie Van Halen Music Mans. The prices are ridiculous. You're being gouged by people. Don't support these pirates. Wait, that the prices will eventually go back to a reasonable level. Probably never back to what you would consider a quote unquote normal level, but don't buy these things because people are trying to jack the prices up now.
Yeah, I mean, right now everyone's taking advantage of Eddie's passing away, which not cool. But I mean, overall, that's just they're so pretty in pink. And again, pink is a hard color to capture on video when we're just at home, like with certain lights on it, just to give us some basic light. But it's really hard to capture the true color. I've seen those. And the ones that are vivid, like Paulie's, are very vivid.
It's like a fuchsia, almost like a hot fuchsia.
Yeah.
It really is a beautiful color. Obviously back here, if you take that shot, that looks red.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Which it's not.
Which it's not. It's not even close. It's closer to purple than it is red. I mean, it really is a hot fuchsia pink.
Which I love.
Yeah, it's a beautiful guitar.
Yeah, and Jason Voorhees says, "Do the right thing, Paul." He sent it to Mancuda. He actually wants to know how often you play this.
This one?
Yeah,
not very often.
It's a treat, right? It's a treat.
Yeah, not very often. When I feel, I'm one of those guys that feels like I have to deserve the guitar, and like when I want to have, there's just a huge difference between one of those Ernie Balls and every other guitar I own. I mean, it's you hear people talk about the difference between quality guitars. I've got custom shop Les Pauls. I've got a beautiful, I've got Gems. I've got one of those American original 50s Fender Strats. I've got G&L Legacies. I've got a lot of guitars, different styles of guitars. None of them play as well as an Ernie Ball. Not even any of the Eddie Van Halens. None of the EVHs, none of the PVs. They are the Ernie Ball guitars because it's essentially a custom shop. They're all handmade from start to finish. And the attention to quality, the quality control to an Ernie Ball guitar is second to none. You'll pay for it, but it's worth it. I mean, when you play it, it just feels it brings a love of playing the guitar when you're playing a nice guitar. And I, John, you know what I'm talking about, and Johnny as well. There's a difference between playing as fun as this Kramer is to play. It's the difference between driving an American sports car and a true Italian sports car. They're both beautiful in their own way, but that one is more beautiful. There's
different
just
advantages.
Yeah, there's just something more. It just feels. I mean, this feels great. That feels greater. And there isn't another guitar that I own that feels better than any of the Ernie Balls. So when I'm feeling like particularly good and just having a good time with the guitar, and I want to feel what it's like to be in luxury or take a vacation while holding a guitar, that's the one I play. And I've got half a dozen of those. The pink one doesn't get played that much for obvious reasons.
Because he wants to keep it safe for me. Lenny Lou says, hoping my nephew gets into Van Halen. I'll leave it to him. Otherwise, John gets it. Thank you, Lenny Lou.
I like Van Halen too.
Do you? I've heard a rumor about that, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, look at my jacket.
Oh, there you go.
It's an official Van Halen jacket.
You know, I have a Van Halen sweatshirt I got. Oh, by the way, there are I forgot where I saw it. Johnny, maybe you could Google it. Some company was selling online
Fuck them.
Van Halen shirts. They're bootlegs, and some people didn't realize they were Van Halen bootlegs until they received them. And see Google it real quick. Van Halen. Google Van Halen.
Because trolls post those shirts all day long in my Van Halen group, and I'm always having to delete and block those people.
Because someone posted a photo and said, I ordered this, I didn't look close at it, and I got screwed. Just see if you could Google one. I want to see, because this one was so funny when I saw it.
By the way, we have a rare Lemmy sighting tonight.
There you go.
She can tell the show's almost over. She wants her attention. They have figured it out. The dogs know, man. They have an internal clock, man. They're like, is the show over? Because it's time for you to give me my lovin'.
Oh yeah, they do. When we first got Howie the Dalmatian, Tuesday mornings at 11 o'clock, he went out with a dog walker, and every Tuesday at 11, he was at the door. Exactly, he knew it.
Nice.
Van Halen.
Van Halen.
By the way, when you get into the music news, let me know, because I've got a CD recommendation that you should absolutely buy.
And that's one of the things I have written down to talk about is your recommendation, because I saw you posted that you got that CD.
It's insane. I'll be right back. Obviously the dogs need to go out.
Go ahead. Johnny and I are going to play with T-shirts for right now. We'll wait till you get back. Yeah, I know. Let's put it this way, just for record, if you're going to support Eddie and your love for Eddie, go to the Van Halen store. Go to the official merch store and buy it from the family. Don't buy from these bootlegger schmucks. Just, if you're looking for a real shirt, you want a joke shirt, that's one thing. But if you want an actual piece of, Van Halen merch, as far as a shirt goes or something like that, go to the family, go to the official Van Halen store, support them. That's Eddie, really showing your love for Eddie.
EddieVanHalenStore.com is the official store. And then there's Van Halen store as well. And I'm not seeing anything about the shirt.
Really? No Van Halen? No? Tessie switches Van Karen. That's probably funny. See, put that. See if that comes up. Van Karen. That'd be really funny, seeing David Lee Roth with a Karen haircut. It'd be pretty fun.
Joe Bill. Yeah, I'm not seeing any of these.
Okay, I mean, the lawyers are probably giving them cease and desist stuff. Let's see. Ben Tom wants to know, does the official Van Halen store sell the floppy tits I need for my Mama Mancuda costume? No, but the good news is the supermarket does. When you get 2 hams, you just tie them on with rope and just droop them down, boys and girls, or, 2 herrings. I mean, get creative, you know. Get some squash, you know. Bring those droopy Mama Mancuda boobs to your costume. Let's get into music news while Paulie's taking the doggy out. Let's first wish Oz Fox from Striper good health and to get better. If anyone from the Striper camp is watching tonight, Oz Fox has had some serious seizure issues recently, and he was hospitalized for a massive seizure. He's undergoing medication, and we just want you to keep him in your prayers and your thoughts. And he says thank you to the fans for all the love he's been receiving since he's been hospitalized. But we just want to say on here, Oz, if you're listening, or someone from the camp, we of course wish you well. Let's see, Guitar Center in the news this week. This is a big one. Guitar Center, if you remember, was at the brink of going bankrupt in 2007, and they got bought out. They got saved. Well, they're having financial problems again since the whole COVID thing this year, and they missed their $45 million interest payment on their large debt that they have over their heads, meaning they have 30 days to comply or they are going to shut down. So this is a pretty big development for Guitar Center, which is right now the nation's largest music chain. They blew away a lot of mom and pops. Of course, you have Sam Ash. They don't seem to have that problem. Shout out to Sammy and Rachel if you're watching. But Guitar Center has been trying to transition from an in-person store to an online store, mail order store. And they haven't made as much of a go of it as places like Sam Ash or, say, Music Zoo or Red Dragon Guitars, or pick your favorite online guitar store. But this is a serious development. I mean, $45 million payment. They didn't make it. They got 30 days to comply. Yeah, they need to hire me to run it. Absolutely. So I can split with my golden parachute and my Rhino. All right. The plane's going down. Oh, just jump out of the plane with my Rhino. Yeah, they should put Blue Rhino in charge. Blue Rhino's better with the finances than Guitar Center. Put them out of business. They suck. Oh, they see. He likes Sam Ash better. I'll tell you though, I if they do go out, I hope that the big main store in Hollywood doesn't go out, because they have that handprint Walk of Fame there with all the rock celebrities, including Eddie Van Halen, that Caleb and you just visited recently.
We were just there Thursday.
Yeah, and it's a big vintage hub for their vintage guitars, that particular mother store. So I'm hoping if they do go out of business, I'm hoping that somehow that one survives, because it's a landmark in Los Angeles. Right, Johnny?
Yes. Right, Paul?
Yes.
Right?
There we go.
There
we go. So there you go. So that's Guitar Center possibly going under. Stay tuned, boys and girls.
And Jason.
Did you guys also talk about Sweetwater possibly buying Sam Ash?
No.
Yeah, that's also a thing.
We gave kudos to Sammy Ash because we like friends of the show, which they are. Tell me about the Sweetwater thing.
That's just been one of the rumors, is that Sweetwater is looking to expand and may buy the Sam Ash franchise, because those stores have been disappearing. We only have one in Phoenix.
We have one. We have a big one in Hollywood.
Yeah, we only have one in Phoenix, and it's not really a huge store, and it's on the west side. And you would think that, like Guitar Center has 5 locations in Phoenix. So you would think. We also have a great, a couple of local guitar shops that sell, new guitars. I'm not talking about our friend Zim over at Zim's Guitars. He's got great used stuff, and that's some fun stuff to check.
By the way, let me just interject, because I didn't mention, I knew I forgot somebody. Zim's Guitars is also a prize sponsor of
2 M's.
a Halloween contest. Yes, I'm sorry. I spelled that wrong. That was my bad.
No,
So-
Zim's is a great little shop to buy your secondhand stuff and very
Yeah.
limited new supply. But if you want to go to a great guitar shop here in Phoenix, Bizarre Guitar, which is managed by a guy named Greg Chason, who you might know from a little band called Badlands.
Mhm.
And Greg runs a shop here in town. So like the guitar centers of the world sort of struggle here because we have several different, mom and pop shops that are really good, because when you're in a city like Phoenix, there are plenty of outlets for you to grab your music. But Sam Ash, we have one, and if Sweetwater were to buy them, let's face it, any of us that have ever used Sweetwater for mail order know exactly the quality that you get from that company. It couldn't be a bad thing. Competition usually breeds improvement.
A couple of people in the chat, Tessie, Switch, Thunder Falcon, kind of putting on the same thought that they'll mostly likely pull a Gibson, go bankrupt to get rid of their debt, and then restructure. So that's another possibility.
Sure. Yeah, but that's happened a couple of times with Sears, and then eventually they went belly up. And
eventually
Toys
it
R Us.
gives out. Eventually it gives out.
You can only do it so many times, and then eventually, But look, Guitar Center is a necessary a part of the landscape. If you're going to buy instruments, you got to buy parts, you got to buy strings. Guitar Center is like Walmart.
But so is Sam Ash.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's my point.
And I think they're better run.
Those big stores are necessary because they can buy in bulk, which keeps the prices down for the common person. And they do give you a place to congregate, and that's a good thing. Music is such a communal thing that any place that there's an outlet where you can congregate and go and pick up gear and just communicate and sort of interact, I think that's a necessary thing. So if Guitar Center were to go away, I wouldn't be thrilled about it. There are good and bad in everything that you do. Hopefully they will be able to restructure and continue to provide whatever service they provide to you. Look, if I need gear or equipment or strings and stuff, if I need guitars that I want, I'm probably not going to buy a guitar from Guitar Center, but I am buying all the other stuff, the strings, the cords, the cables, the connectors, the pedals. I might buy that stuff. I probably won't buy a guitar from them, but I will buy the other stuff. And the other stuff is just as important.
Yeah, and it is. And again, I mean, in Hollywood, the Guitar Center is literally across the street from Sam Ash.
Sure it
now,
is.
I use my tech at Sam Ash. I get parts and strings and things like that from Sam Ash, again, because I like to support them. I do go over to Guitar Center specifically to that one because they have a vintage shop there. So I can go and find, they usually don't have 80s guitars, but if I want to look for the occasional Norlin era Les Paul or vintage Fender Strat pre-CBS or whatnot, I will go over there and check out what they have. It's it's a fun vintage store and pretty cool for that. Let's see. I'm just looking. James Stewart in the chat is asking, is that a Kramer on the stands behind me? That's a BC. Whoops. That's a BC Rich Gunslinger, specifically in pink checkerboard for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, pink guitar. But
I think he was talking to me.
Gunslinger. Is that your? Is that talking to you? Okay.
I think he's talking to Johnny Beane.
Oh, okay.
This is
okay. Yeah, there's like 3 Johns. There's John BL, there's me, there's Johnny. I got to go to the John. I mean, there's so many Johns. So, Johnny, is that a Kramer behind you on the stand?
No.
There you go, James Stewart. There's your answer. Now you feel bad for asking Johnny, huh?
It's a GMW.
Oh, not a bad thing.
And if you search my channel here, just search GMW. Yeah, just search GMW, and you'll find videos of me talking about the guitar over the years.
There you go. So let's see. So that's in the news. That's Guitar Center. This is interesting. Kerry King, long an endorser of BC Rich. And again, Kerry King played vintage BC Rich originally. He played that Red Mockingbird a while back. That's a vintage 80s golden era one. And then he got into those later ones that really were kind of cheap. Those entry-level BC Riches that had the tribal designs on them. And it kind of really brought the brand name down in quality and association with him. So he basically
let's make that clear. It wasn't Kerry that brought the brand name down. The brand, the shitty quality of guitars brought the brand name down.
Yes, BC Rich has not been the same since the 80s and a period in the 90s. they basically made Kerry's signature guitar their entry level series. So
Right.
you looked and saw a Kerry King Warlock, for instance, with a tribal, and it played not as good as a BC Rich should. There was always the entry level ones.
Deane did that with a lot of the dime bag models as well.
Now, I'm glad you brought up Deane, because guess where Kerry King switched his endorsement to? From BC Rich to Deane.
Oh.
So Johnny, look up Deane Kerry King limited edition V.
And good night, Tony.
Good night, Tony.
The thing with Deane also had some varying quality over the years, but they appear to have come back around. I have some friends that are in a band, that are a signed band that are Deane endorsees, and I have seen the quality go like this over the years. But starting with their association with Mustaine, it appears that they've decided, okay, we're going to get into the real signature guitar business, and they realize that there's some value in it. And hopefully their quality control, they started by making their manufacturing, having their Asian manufacturing done at World Music in South Korea for their entry-level and mid-level line guitars. And World Music makes as good a guitar as any factory on the planet. So it was good that Deane associated with them. Hopefully the quality control, maybe they're on the uptick, whereas BC Rich was on the downswing when they were dealing with Kerry around the last time.
Now, I should note, because Thrash Metal is bringing it up, Kerry didn't sign with Deane just recently. He signed a year ago, but he basically made a limited edition right now of a V, and there it is. Very high quality Kerry King limited edition V, limited to 50. And they're priced, now let's see. Thrash Metal says they're priced at $8,666. Supposedly, he's saying they're all spoken for. I can't confirm that, but look how cool that is. Yeah, there it is. $86.66.
It's similar to the Mustaine.
Mm-hmm.
If you bring up the Dave,
also a Deane endorser.
Yes, also a Deane endorser. Yeah, so it's
but with
similar.
those hooks at the bottom, which I think look cool.
Yeah, no, I mean it's.
It has a Kaler. Oh.
Johnny won't be buying one.
I won't play that.
Johnny was whipping out his credit card and he said, "Oh wow, or as my mother reviewed the guitar. Oh no, I can't.
Not gonna play that.
John, you don't want one.
Why did they have to ruin that guitar with a Kayla?
You know, I like Kerry King. He's a very nice guy, but why would he design a guitar with a Kayla?
You know that Kerry King is a noted anti-Semite.
Do you think Kerry King would come over and dump my garbage, maybe?
Do you think maybe he would open my gefilte fish?
I'll bet he could open it with those hooks on the end of that guitar. I'll bet that thing spreads wide.
How come he writes songs about the Holocaust?
Slayer.
Why is he such an evil man?
I don't know. Maybe he's mad about his hair loss. I don't understand. It's like Lex Luthor. Super nice guy, actually.
Yeah, Kerry's a great dude. He's such a good dude. Like, we're giving him shit, but Kerry's a solid guy.
We're giving him shit out of love, is what we're giving.
Yeah. No, he's a good dude.
Now, I don't know if those are all sold out. Thrash Metal says they're all spoken for. I mean, there are only 50, but they are pricey. You know? And that's not a cheap guitar.
I'd say if there's only 50 of them, they're probably all gone.
I would imagine the collectors snapped them up.
Sure, they did.
There's at least 50, dentists that are into Slayer out there.
By the way,
and the Kardashians, are big fans.
They have them all.
Way, this is a great example of what we were talking about before about Eddie Van Halen having done everything that can be done with guitars. Slayer is as heavy music can possibly be. You don't need to be any heavier than Slayer. You just don't. They're brutal. They're awesome. Their song structure is fantastic. The energy is great. The tempo is great. When you talk about metal being what is the most metal you can be? Slayer is the most metal you can be without being stupid. Like some of those blast beat bands are just noise. And Slayer shows you that there's a difference between playing fast and loud and heavy and shit.
Yeah, and holding a melody in there.
What Slayer does is fantastic what a lot of those blast beat bands whose names look like you threw a bunch of fucking twigs into a pile and just tried to make something up. A lot of those bands are just nonsense. They're just loud for the sake of being loud, and they're just fast for the sake of being fast, and none of them can hold Slayer's jock. Slayer is the best at what they do, and you don't have to get any heavier than Slayer.
Slayer's so heavy. We used to give cement shoes to rats that now we just tie them to Slayer because they're so heavy. They drag them right down to the bottom of the ocean, because Slayer's that heavy, huh?
Slayer is the fucking balls, kid. I'm not sure you know how fucking heavy Slayer is. Slayer is heavier than Cameron Manheim's clitoris. That's how heavy they are.
And we're talking a clitoris made of lead,
Mercury. It's like a mercury cock ring. It's how heavy it is.
It's kind of like music out of a black hole. Like no light can even escape the gravitational pull of how heavy Slayer is.
Robot Master Switch, I respectfully disagree. You can't go heavier and darker and still sound good. Slayer has mastered that. They've taken it to that level. I don't know of any band that can be heavier or better than Slayer in what they do.
I mean, it's a choice musically to what you enjoy. Personally, right. For me at least, and probably for you too, Paul, I would imagine that Slayer is probably as heavy as I like to get. Slayer and Testament and Anthrax, that's probably as heavy as I like to go, personally.
Strapping Young Lad. I like Strapping Young Lad a lot.
Strap on.
Strapping Young Lad is an extreme metal band. Devin Townsend, if you know the name Devin Townsend, he is the brains behind Strapping Young Lad, and it's fucking awesome. It's brutally heavy, and so good for what it is. But there's no need of it. You know what I mean? It's like Nitro. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Taking a dig at Jim Gillette there. I'm looking at
involved in that. Everybody involved in that should be just, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know, right? I'm looking at that guitar. It looks like something a gynecologist would use during an exam.
It does look like, for all, let's face it, our friend Kerry and the boys in Slayer do have an affinity for the German Wehrmacht, and it does look like something that you would see as a World War II torture device.
Oh, and Joe Hervey brings up Suffocation, Long Island's death metal greats. My buddy Terrence, you bet. Suffocation, shout out. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a cool looking guitar though. I mean, I'm not dropping 8666 on it, but I think it's
I don't know any guitar that's worth that.
Yeah, well. Let's see. So that's Carrie's limited edition. Let's see what else we got. Oh, this is kind of funny in the news. AC/DC brings up Chris Slade, Brian Johnson.
Chris Slade doesn't know he's no longer the drummer in AC/DC. Nobody told him.
Brian Johnson. Yeah, Brian Johnson had to go public to clarify this because Chris Slade, for those that don't know, was the drummer in the from I believe 89 to 92 or 93 in AC/DC, and he came back to fill in 2016 for the tour when Phil Rudd, the normal drummer of AC/DC, had to step out due to some legal problems. And recently, when the reunion was announced, Chris Slade was being asked, "Oh, so did you hear about the reunion?" He's like, "Oh my God, yeah, I'm still in AC/DC. I'm still in AC/DC." He was the last one to know that he is not still in AC/DC.
No, he still hasn't been officially notified.
No, well, Brian Johnson went public with it just to kind of to say, hey, Chris Slade had to have known that he was not in AC/DC anymore because Phil Rudd, during the announcement of the reunion, it was very clear that Phil Rudd was once again the drummer of AC/DC. The problem is no one told Chris Slade. Nope. So in interviews, Chris Slade was saying, "Yeah, I'm still the drummer of AC/DC. I hope we go on tour after COVID." And it kind of came as a shock. Hey, man, news flash. I'm glad you're watching now, Chris. You're no longer. It's almost like Maury Povich pulls out an envelope. Chris Slade, you are not in AC/DC anymore. You know,
there are two great examples of this. One is John Paul Jones when he found out that Robert Plant and Jimmy Page were doing the Plant thing, and Michael Anthony when he found out he was no longer in Van Halen. Nobody said Candygram.
It's like a breakup over texting, you know? Yeah, we're no longer together. I'm on a date with Michelle. Huh? What?
Hang on a second. Ding. Hang on, it's Chris Slade. You are? Poor Chris Slade. I remember it was like literally 2 weeks ago. I saw an interview with him, and I don't know if it was on Blabbermouth or wherever it was, but he's like, "Yep, as far as I know, I'm still the drummer in AC/DC, and I can't wait to get back to work." I'm like,
yeah, he's all excited.
I'm like, you didn't see that picture 2 years ago outside of the studio in Vancouver? You didn't?
He had no idea.
Nobody made that phone call.
He had no idea. It was, and again, I feel bad for the cat, but you gotta laugh. I mean, you just gotta laugh.
It is. I mean, he might also be pointing out something that is sort of a dirty secret, and that is, unless Angus tells you, it's not happening. Angus is AC/DC. It's his machine. You heard Cliff Williams say, "Hey, Brian and Phil talked me back into the band," and Brian was like, Angus actually come out and said, "Look, they said whether or not I'm going to keep the band going. I'm going to keep the band going." I said, "Sure." I called the guys up, and they were happy to be part of the project. As in, it's my project. It's still AC/DC, and those guys are just here because I invited them to be here. So the intimation there was that AC/DC could go on without the current members of AC/DC and Angus as the linchpin moving forward. This album is a 1-album deal, according to that last interview I saw with Angus. It's a project. It's not a band. It's a project.
Oh,
and they're not planning on touring, to what I'm understanding. Again, these guys are getting older. A tour is grueling.
73 fucking years old.
Yeah, a tour is grueling.
Yeah.
They reunited as AC/DC.
There's no touring going on now anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll do 10 festival shows, and that'll be it. When we get back to touring, they'll do a couple of festival shows. They might do a pay-per-view show like what Metallica did, but they're not going to. The days of 60-date AC/DC tours are over. That's not happening.
Yeah, and make no mistake, when I'm talking, they're not going out on a tour. I'm talking when things go back to normal, whether it's a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, whatever it is, when we get through all this.
They'll be 90.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are, they're not looking forward to touring. They're happy, like Ozzy. They're happy to go in the studio and lay down tracks and put together a great thing. Maybe, like Paulie said, they'll do a festival or an event or something, but that's kind of where it is, and that's speaking of getting out on the road. Sebastian Bach put out a tentative tour announcement, tentative for 2021, a summer tour performing the entire first Skid Row album with his band. Among other songs, select songs from the other Skid Row albums and his own stuff. But that's the highlight, is doing the original first Skid Row album start to finish. But again, he has to emphasize tentative, depending on if by next summer, which is very iffy, we're through all this COVID, no concert stuff.
Nah, you said the word.
Which one?
The C word.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Is
that
a buzz?
I don't know if it still is or not.
I don't think it is. I'm not giving information about it. So
right.
Well, that's the one that'll get us flagged. That's the one.
Yeah.
We're talking about strap-ons. Yeah. That's
Mercury cock rings, but this will be the thing that gets us in trouble.
That's the one.
By the way, thankfully we know Ellie's asleep now, so we can start talking. It's talking guitars and 80s metal after dark.
Yeah, and I'm glad also think about it that that next or this coming Saturday when we judge the costume contest, if people do body painting and stuff, which again is a possibility, I'm glad it's a late night show, rather than
well, we still
3
can't
a.m.
show that stuff because YouTube is 24 hours.
Well, yeah, but you could show body painting with pasties. That's on YouTube.
Depending. Depending.
I mean, that's on YouTube. I've seen it. I've seen it on the just at Sturgis and political rallies and sports games. As long as the bits and pieces are covered, that's good. And just FYI, Suffocation. We do like Suffocation.
Sure.
They're not they're not as early 80s and whatnot, but we do like Suffocation. Like I said, I'm friends with
The
Tara.
band.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
that
not
anybody-
strangling kids or nothing. But.
See, now
like
we're
I said,
flagged.
I don't think anybody had ever said that we didn't like them. What I said was you don't have to go any further. You don't have to. I mean, Slayer is as heavy as it needs to be, as rowdy as it needs to be. Going further is nonsense. It's a choice, but you don't need to. You don't need to.
But what if
It's
Slayer tuned down lower and turned up louder?
Yes. Lower, louder, louder, and
More unintelligible.
I mean, there's nothing worse than yeah, that sounds exactly like it could be a metalcore song. Right there.
Our
That could
new frontman, Cookie Monster.
that's the thing. If I can't understand
Fruit
I
and
can't
vegetable. Fruit and vegetable good for you too. Although me love cookie. Fruit and vegetable good for you too.
that said, I'm a fan of look, I've got 6 Feet Under's Graveyard Classics records. They're fantastic. But the idea that try and make out what I'm saying here. You don't know what that was?
That's the ballad.
Exactly. If you can't figure that out, if you can't understand what he's saying, what are you doing? What?
Yeah,
It's a
but if you
personal taste.
if
It's
you
a
play it
personal
backwards,
taste.
though, that's where you really.
That's where it comes in.
That's where it says.
Coming forward, it sounds like oh, and then backwards, it's
Here, you want to hear a great side project band? If you're into some of those death metal bands and metalcore band stuff, grab some Chrome Division. Chrome Division is almost like it's the guys from Behemoth doing like scaling it back a little bit and bringing a little bit of Motorhead feel to it. It's fantastic. Guys from Dimmu Borgir, those guys are doing like hard rock. It's a pussy record compared to what they normally do. But if you want to check out some of that stuff, yes, exactly.
you just now we're flagged.
But I dig Shadows Fall. I think Shadows Fall is a fantastic band. There's a band called Seamless that I really like. Seamless put out 2 records, which was Derek from Killswitch Engage. He put a side project together called Seamless. Fantastic records.
If you play them back to back, does it sound seamless?
It does sound seamless. They're good. Ironically, their songs don't all sound the same. There is a difference. Therefore, the seam is apparent.
Oh.
So, no, but there are, those bands all exist and they're all valid and stuff. I just said you don't need to go any heavier than Slayer. You just don't need to. Feel free to have at it. You just don't need to.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
again, it's all a matter of musical taste. Look at Gizmachi, Jay's band.
Yeah, Gizmachi's a great band.
But there's an example of a band, and their vocals are kind of split. They have a little bit of Cookie Monster and a little bit of melodic. Do you notice that?
Well, that's what Seven Dust does too.
But that's it. There's a good example.
Love Seven Dust. Love Seven Dust. But there's, when Morgan starts doing his screaming vocals, and Lejean comes in and balances it with the melody, that's fantastic too.
That's why I like Jay's band.
I just think that, if you go 9 million miles an hour and you're just yelling and I can't understand when you've made a key change or what the vocals are, to me, it just sounds like noise. If you can't hear it, what's the point? It's like, you might as well just take white noise on, just turn some white noise on and call it a song.
But again, you know what? It's all a matter of people's musical taste. I like blues-based melodic 80s hair bands. That's my favorite out of all them. Slayer is not that, but I still love them. And I like Gizmachi, and I like, slower band. I mean, classic rock too. But while my sweet spot is that Poison, White Snake, Dio area in the middle of the 80s. I can go harder, or I could go a little lighter, depending on what it is. But it's all just a matter of musical taste. I mean, some guys just want some stuff to mosh to, or get some energy out.
Mhm.
It's
Sure.
it's all music. And speaking of music, you had a CD you wanted to review, which I
Yeah,
heard
if you
is
haven't-
amazing.
If you haven't picked it up, I actually have it in my rack now. So Johnny, if you can pull up some album art from Armored Saint's latest one, which is called Punching the Sky. And if you want to talk about a guy who is, if not indisputably, the most underrated vocalist in metal, it's John Bush. Obviously, the masses got exposed to John in Anthrax, but Armored Saint came before Anthrax and is every bit as good, and is one of those bands that sits between that place we were just talking about. There's a sweet spot between hard rock and metal, like extreme metal, thrash metal, death metal, whatever you want to call. And that place in the middle is where Armored Saint exists. Armored Saint is slightly heavier than the heaviest Judas Priest. You know what I mean? It's but so well produced. The song structure is fantastic. The songs are fantastic. John Bush's vocals are as good, if not better, than they were on March of the Saint way back in the 1980s and the early 80s. A fantastic record from Armored Saint. My favorite album of 2020, and maybe my favorite album of the past couple of years. An excellent record from Armored Saint. Can't review it highly enough and can't recommend it enough. If you haven't picked it up yet, or if you haven't at least checked it out, you should. Everything on the record is fantastic. Bubble is a fun song. I mean, just the most amazing vocals. It's perfect. It's perfect. Hard to find a record like this recently. If you like metal, and it is straight up, it's not hard rock and it's not thrash. It is literally the embodiment of what heavy metal music is. It's a great record.
And you're not the only one to give it a good review. I saw a few reviews online that are really, really raving about it.
No, it's a great record.
And they're a great band.
Yes, always have been. Always have been. Unfortunately, they went through, they've gone through some issues with the death of Dave Pritchard, obviously, and the downtime when Bush was in Anthrax, although they did sort of get back together while Bush was still in Anthrax, which was a good move. Everything Armored, this is only their 8th record. They've been around for almost 40 years. But
Dang.
just an awesome record. Yeah.
And to think that the vocals, and you're saying, are as good, if not a little better, than they had in the 80s. Think about that.
He sounds outstanding. John Bush is super underrated. We always hear about how great, how great Dio is, how great Halford is, how great Dickinson is.
And you're not wrong.
All those guys, but it, like the embodiment of a metal voice, a guy who can scream and screech and sing and brings emotion to it, and just is the embodiment of what we love about that texture of music. John Bush is that guy.
And he's powerful. Really a
good.
Powerhouse voice.
Super good. I mean, such a good record. I'm really, really proud that they put that record out. Their last 2 or 3 records have been stellar. But Armored Saint is one of those bands that finds themselves on the periphery. There's no real place for them. They don't fit in the thrash world. They don't fit in the hard rock world. They don't fit in the deathcore or grindcore genre. They're just metal. They're right in there with Iron Maiden. They're right in there with Judas Priest. There was another band that used to be great years ago called Riot that was right in there as well.
Sure.
And I'm not talking about the hard rock version of Riot. I'm talking the post Thundersteel version of Riot that was much more metal. Armored Saint are a great metal band and deserve to be recognized. And this record is fucking fantastic.
That's great, man. And again, I mean, certain bands did slip through those cracks of not being defined. I always think of Celtic Frost,
right?
As another one, and just certain bands just.
This is Armored Saint is like Warrior. If you like the band Warrior, you'd like Armored Saint.
They're heavier than Warrior.
Yeah,
But again, like Warrior, they slip through the cracks. They, a lot of people, it has a cult following that of guys in the know, but like a lot of the mainstream, they won't, they won't think of Armored Saint. I mean, sure, some people have seen it as an opening act. I know Dane Zimmerman in the chat said they opened for Megadeth in around 91. I remember seeing them as an opening act for I forget who, but they were terrific. They were terrific live.
They're outstanding. And several different times. This is one of the things I like about Armored Saint. There's a weird little connection. Joey Vera was offered the bass player slot in Metallica, turned it down. John Bush was offered the lead vocalist slot in Metallica, turned it down. There's been, it's not like those guys have gone unnoticed. It's not like that band has gone unnoticed. They've stayed true to what they are. It's very similar to, I guess I would say similar to Iron Maiden, which was they do what they do. And if you're on board with it, great. And if you're not, that's okay too. I'm thankful that labels like Metal Blade still exist and still support a band like Armored Saint. And you should too. Go buy their record. But if you love this music, if you like this style of music, buy that record, support that band, go see them or whatever stream. They did do like a record release stream party a couple of weeks ago and I missed it. And I'm bummed that I did.
Yeah, and I always say, we both always say it actually, support them by buying the physical product. Get the physical product. This way they come out with more stuff. These guys deserve your $10, $15, whatever a CD is now. They deserve you to buy the physical product that they are putting out. And again, when you want to see more music like this and you don't have to complain, oh, no one ever comes out with good metal anymore. Here's your fucking chance. This is supporting artists like this that really put in the effort to go in the studio and craft an album and put out product for you in these days where, most people don't play their own instruments anymore.
That said, there are some, I haven't listened to the whole thing, but there are great reviews coming out for the new Blue Oyster Cult album, believe it or not.
Oh, we talked about that.
Yeah, it's heavier than you would think. Those guys,
what is it, like Whoosh or something?
I forget the name of the record. Again, I'm not a big Blue Oyster Cult fan.
Same.
But a lot of people have mentioned it, when they're talking about great albums that have come out this year, and people whose opinions I respect have said, hey, if you haven't heard the new Blue Oyster Cult record, check it out. So again, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I've just heard it's really good. Maybe you should check it out.
I'll give you one more heavy album that I heard amazing reviews on, the new Napalm Death album. If you're a fan of them, I'm fine with them. They're not one of my favorites, but they're one of those, I'll listen to them also. But their new album, I've seen reviews like 10 out of 10 on a few of them. So like some very, very heavy reviews for that album. And Quentin James, did I just see in the chat that the LA Dodgers won the World Series? Is that,
right,
you know
so
what? I'm hearing cheering in the streets right now.
LA will be burning tonight.
Yeah, I guess the LA Dodgers just won the World Series. I'm literally hearing
riots.
I'm literally hearing in my high rise, I'm hearing screams in the streets. So either there's something going on or yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, LA Dodgers just won the World Series.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm hearing screams everywhere around me.
Well, your neighborhood, that's normal around there, though.
Yeah, your neighbor. You don't live in the.
Yeah, I know. I live in Hollywood. Please.
Yeah, Dodgers
burning
win.
my building down.
3-1.
You should shut all your windows and shades and lock everything down. I imagine that they'll be rioting in the streets before
any minute now. You're gonna watch the news tonight and see someone running through the streets with the Lynch Bones guitar. You're gonna see him running through the streets and smashing it through a store window to get at some stuff. It's like, wait, isn't that Mom? Isn't that John's guitar?
Isn't that John?
Amanda Coombs is like, yeah, something baseball.
Yeah. You would say that being from Canada, eh?
Yeah, we like our baseball. So congrats to the LA Dodgers. Let's see. I got just a handful of other things, small stuff. Let's see. Real quick, go on YouTube, not this moment, but later on, and listen to Miles Kennedy's version of Iron Maiden's The Trooper acoustic version. It is really cool. Miles Kennedy, if you're familiar, Slash with Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators, Miles Kennedy of Alter Bridge. He did an acoustic version of Iron Maiden's The Trooper, and it's so cool. He's a huge Iron Maiden fan, and I think he did it some real justice. I think it sounds really good. So if you guys want to check that out, that's something for you to listen to after we go off the air. That's fun.
Mr. Hellstorm brings up Ricky Warwick, fantastic singer. If you don't know the Almighty and Black Star Riders, Ricky was the guy that has had the unenviable task of doing the vocals for live Thin Lizzy shows for the past few years. Ricky is a fantastic vocalist and a cool. The Almighty is a great band if you haven't picked up any of their old stuff. That's all old stuff now at this point. But Ricky Warwick has a solo record out, and I'm sure it's fantastic.
That's got to be cool.
Yeah.
I love when I see all of these, all these bands that, were alive in the 80s and doing stuff in the 80s. And in some way, shape, or form, they're still kicking around, whether it be a solo album or I'm in a new band or I'm doing some studio work with that guy. I love seeing these guys stick to their guns in doing what they love to do, which is music. A lot of guys leave the field and they, go be a lawyer, go be, when the 80s turned into the 90s and music was done, they became a stockbroker, they opened some business. But these guys that really tough through it and we still get to hear them or their work or their producing, hats off to them, man. I mean, I'm really glad to see that stuff.
What I love is that it's quality stuff too. Like, unfortunately, we've talked about this in the past. The last Dokken release was when you notice the difference between the demos from before and the newer stuff that he laid new vocals over. That's when it gets sort of sad when you hear somebody go and they can't bring it anymore. But when you hear somebody like the new Alcatraz record where Graham Bonnet comes out and just fucking slays, or the new Armored Saint record where he did, and I have to assume Ricky Warwick will be good. And somebody just mentioned the new Damon Johnson. I'm sure Damon's record is good. There are certain people, when you see their name, you immediately go, oh, I know that's going to be good. I don't have to hear it. Here's my money. Take my money. And I knew that was going to be the case with Alcatraz. I knew that was the case with Armored Saint. I found a Stuck Mojo compilation that was from before their reforming. They got back together in the mid-2000s. But Stuck Mojo, for those that don't know, sort of a Southern new metal rap rock type pioneers, a lot like Seven Dust and Rage Against the Machine. Fantastic, sort of underrated band. But after 2001, they split up and their quality had sort of dropped off. But I found this compilation of like B-sides and shit. Didn't even care. Take my money. Like there are certain bands that like we all bought Van Halen. Didn't matter. Take my money. There are certain bands. If Danger comes out with a new record tomorrow, John, you're going to buy it. You don't even need to know what.
Oh God, yeah.
You don't even know what's going to be on it. You just go. And when it's quality, when those guys are still putting out stuff, I've said this before. 30 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about the latest record from Ghost. They're just not.
Which
we're not going to be talking about.
Also coming out. They're also going in the studio to make a new album in 2021. FYI.
Right, but you're not going to get somebody talking about, like we were just talking about Armored Saint. Here's a band that's been around for 40 years and they're making some of the best music of their career 40 years later. Ghost is not going to do that. You think about most of those new bands, not new, but new metal bands from that point. Like think about it. Limp Bizkit, gone. Korn, who cares? That whole new metal, even Rage Against the Machine. If they put out a new record, I don't know that many people would care.
Well, the thing about the 80s metal bands has always had such a devoted following. You look at guys like, Metallica or even, Motley Crue or Def Leppard or pick your favorite. There's always been a devoted following. Maybe it's not always the girls, maybe it's the guys, depending on the band, but there's always been someone that still buys the product, talks about the band. Korn, I think people still would care about, but you're right about like Limp Bizkit. I can't see like them, drawing big crowds or anything,
Yeah, there are just so many of those bands that you know came what Godsmack, Disturbed. They're just not as exciting as they once were. They're not putting out as quality a product as they once were. A lot of these guys are putting out covers, records. Five Finger Death Punch, very fast burn, over quick. You know, those bands are much more disposable than the ones that, I mean, again, Metal Blade Records putting out a 40-year-old band's album and getting the kind of reviews they got. Meanwhile, Godsmack put out an album a couple of weeks ago, I think.
I don't know. Let me just clarify something because let's see who came in late. Kevin Coachell. The guitar of the day was George Lynch's original Mom J.FROG Bones guitar, the real one, the original one. One of the most iconic guitars in 80s metal music. So there should be 100 thumbs up on this video. Please leave a thumbs up for that guitar if you haven't already. And aside from that, Paulie did show a pink Ernie Ball Music Man early Van Halen guitar as well for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and did an unboxing of another striped Van Halen guitar. So there's so many guitars in this video. You just need to watch the rerun, brother, or come in on time. And yeah, Gizmachi is new metal. We disc grunge a lot on the show. I especially disc grunge a lot on the show, but that's why it's called Talking Guitars and 80s Metal. We do support new metal and we do support old bands doing new projects, but grunge, they get the slap in the face from me. I'll admit it.
I like some of it, not all of it. I like some of it. I mean, you know, just like anything else, even the 80s metal thing, there are bands.
It's good and bad.
There are bands that I like that John may not like, and vice versa. That's the beauty of music, is it's all subjective, and whatever you like, man, it's there. Have at it. Yeah, I don't have to like it. John doesn't have to like it. Johnny doesn't like anything. He doesn't see anything.
I was about to say, Johnny's tagline is, "I haven't seen that.
Haven't seen it. Haven't heard it. Don't know about it."
Johnny's a great witness to a bank robbery. It's like, you know, the robber is like holding Johnny hostage and going, you know, I'm going to take you as my hostage. Okay. Yeah. And, you know, and he's got Johnny and he's got the bag of money and he's running out and, you know, the cops are letting him get away because he's got Johnny as a hostage and Johnny's having a conversation with him. And he's like, "No, you're going to cooperate, right?" "Yeah." You know, and then after an hour of being this guy's hostage, he lets him go. The guy runs off with the money. The cop's like, Mr. Beane, are you okay? Okay. "Did you get a good look at the guy?" "I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. I didn't notice." No.
Meanwhile, Johnny probably told Johnny his name, his wife's name, his address.
He left his wallet. He left his wallet, but Johnny meanwhile goes to the cops. "Officer, do you like popcorn? Because Colonels."
You mentioned Jay Hannon. Jay Hannon was the guy that robbed the bank?
But it's some of the
only name he gave us.
It's some of the best Chicago mix popcorn. Delicious. And chocolate cashews, officer. Do you like chocolate cashews? Be sure to order the chocolate cashews.
Yeah, they're amazing.
The joke of the woman sitting on the bus with the guy. And she turns and looks, she goes, "Would you like some of my peanuts?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, I'd love to try." She goes, "Here." So he reaches in the bag, grabs a couple of peanuts. She's like, "My God, these are fantastic. They're awesome." She goes, "Yes, I know." He goes, I gotta tell you, these are so good. How come you're offering them to me?" She goes, "Oh, I only like the chocolate on the outside."
I like the low hanging. I like those jokes. Yeah, Johnny is like the Simon Cowell of the show. It's like that was an awful joke. That was an awful. Talking about Mama Mancuda, that was terrible. Worst I've ever seen.
The bloody hell was that?
Johnny's on JoJo's side in the band. It's going to be like a Peter Criss and Ace Frehley versus Paul and I are like Paul and Gene, and we're like trying to decide the direction of the band. And it's Johnny and JoJo like this. You know, and like that. And Blue Rhino, of course, doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't want to upset anyone. You know, this is exactly what it's like.
And this is why we'll have Doc handle all of this.
But we do it all for the fans. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. How many of you want to show me your titties right now?
Yeah!
She's got some titties. She throw your tits in the air.
Johnny
Don't
saw
usually-
her getting her mammogram today. Her breasts were filled.
I don't usually say things like this to girls your age, but I don't want to see those floppy titties. Put those away.
Oh, Gene, your tongue. It's like it's alive.
Could you take your breasts off the floor? I think I have a peanut stuck in my tongue.
Well, this is where I keep my husband's bills, under my fold of my boob, and that's why I don't lose them, and they're always there where
It's
I know
like-
they are.
Sometimes I feel like I have a satchel under my arm, and then I realize it's my right breast.
You know,
That's so disrespectful to Mrs. Mancuda. Happy birthday, ma'am.
oh, it's not today. You missed it. Yeah, I just throw them over my shoulder when I need to carry something. Let's see. What a
like the scarf around your neck. She just flips.
yeah,
Like
hold
the Red
on.
Baron.
Hold on. Let's see.
Sounds like she's dragging a spare tire behind the car from the bumper.
That's your tire, Johnny. There it is, right there. And look, I have one of those in my bra. Yeah, I didn't like that Trooper acoustic.
That joke did not go over well.
I think you're gonna go broke if you give away all those prizes for the Halloween contest, John. The show doesn't make a lot of money, you know. The Johnny Bean bread pick editions.
Dog needs to go out. I'll be right back.
Those are not made by Swiss Pick, one of the prize sponsors. Let's see. Johnny, can you bring up that Eddie picture that I showed you?
Which one?
The Eddie Van Halen, the car photo that I sent you earlier.
Oh. All right. And then I got a split after this.
Well, we got one more story I want Paulie here for. I'm just killing time while he's checking on the dog, but we got one more story before we got to go off. That's cool.
Oh man.
I just thought this was really a cool photo of Eddie, and I'm an exotic car guy, so I thought you guys in the audience would really dig this. This is a photo of Eddie Van Halen with his 1972 Lamborghini Miura S Lamborghini, and this is the car that you hear in the Panama song. This is the engine you hear. I just thought this was a very cool old photo of Eddie with the car. For those of you guys and girls that like exotic cars the way I do, I thought that was just really badass. I'd never seen the photo before. I know Johnny had.
Yeah, it was used, I think, in there was an article. He did an interview in a golf magazine about 5 years ago, and I
Sucks
believe
that
that
he's still vaping in that picture, though.
Yeah. It's a hard habit to break, man. You know, the one thing you got to give Eddie, though, he enjoyed his life. He had fun, you know?
Well, I think
Go ahead.
I think he got to the point where when he knew he was sick, it's like, well, why am I bothering, to sacrifice if I know that I've only got a limited time, I'm going to run to the finish line. And I think I think everybody does that. But there's a difference between living and being alive. You know what I mean?
And thrash metal vaping is not safe. You're putting something in your body that doesn't belong there. It's not safe. It's not safe.
It's not
just
safe.
FYI.
Popcorn lung, look it up.
Yeah, it's not safe. Trust me.
It's not safe. It's horribly bad. You're putting carcinogens in your body as opposed to this very healthy pasta.
Yeah. So I wanted to wait for Paulie for this last song. Oh wait, KXM Rock just announced the Dodgers won. Did they win the World Series? Because I hear fireworks outside. I thought they were rioting again outside my window. I didn't know what that was. Yeah, no,
John's in Hollywood. He wouldn't know it.
Dodger Stadium. I could kind of see it from my roof. So let's see. The last song of the night I want to bring up because this is kind of fun. David Hasselhoff is involved in a project to do a metal song, and they're making a really, really big deal of it. Now understand something with due credibility. And I've met David, super nice guy. He's one of the most talented and famous musicians in Europe. Germany, he's a major, major pop star. Forgetting even his TV stuff, and he's Knight Rider and all this stuff. David Hasselhoff is the pride of Germany, and really, really a big deal in Europe that we in the States just don't see more than, hey, it's that cat from Knight Rider, he's cool, whatever. But as a pop star in Germany, he's teaming up with the band Q-Stack, Cuestack, which is a two-man metal band. And the song is called Through the Night. It's a single. It's not even an album. It's a single. And they're doing a Kickstarter for this to do a music video. Hold on. I'm not even. Wait till you hear this.
Come on.
Hold on. A Kickstarter to do a music video and a documentary filming the music video and all about what it's like doing a metal song video and with David Hasselhoff. And the packages they've come up with on this Kickstarter to raise this money are kind of mind-blowing in the world of merch. So you can get a t-shirt of the song, you get a baseball cap of the song, a leather bracelet of the song, a signed poster of the song, yeah, a digital download and a hard copy of the song, all to raise money to do a music video and a documentary about doing a music video. This is like a crazy, crazy project in my eyes. But again, tell me, in Europe, I mean, is this like something that is in demand?
See, you're not even getting to the essence of it. If David Hasselhoff is as big a star in Europe as you just purported him to be,
he is.
The expense for this should be pocket change for him. If it's really worth putting out, it's worth putting your own dollar behind it, Dave. You don't need a fucking Kickstarter for this. You're a fucking multimillionaire. You're the biggest star in Germany, according to Mancuda. What do you need a Kickstarter for? Fuck
and you're talking one video, one music video.
Write the check.
And there's only three guys. They don't even have 4 band members. It's David and these other 2 guys in the band Q-Stack.
Why should we have to pay for you to do that fucking song? We're going to pay for make the song, and if it's good, we'll buy it.
And this is funny. This is the way that Q-Stack explained, because there's a whole video pitching this to the Kickstarter crowd. They're saying,
how much did that cost?
Let's see. KXM Rock says, "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" Ja, ist kleiner Deutsch, wo sprechen Sie Deutsch?
How much did the video cost for the solicitation for the Kickstarter? And why the fuck didn't you put that money into the video?
That should have been the video.
What the? Yeah, and he's got Baywatch money.
And this is fun.
Fucking residual.
And this is funny. The Q-Stack, who's doing the pitch for the Kickstarter, and again, they show scenes of Hasselhoff recording the song. You know, he's at the mic with the cans on, and they're like, "Yeah, we need to do a lot of expenses, like get certain brand of water on the set for David Hasselhoff and get him on the phone." And so think about that. And during this Kickstarter.
No, fuck this.
During this Kickstarter pitch,
interrupted my food.
During this Kickstarter pitch, they're saying that literally one of the reasons they're doing this as a Kickstarter, they know there's a demand for merch for this, but they don't want to overmake merch or make the wrong merch. They said, we don't want to get stuck with 60,000 Hasselhoff coffee cups in our basement, so we're making them on the Kickstarter so you can tell us what merch you want as the prize for your Kickstarter incentive.
How many of those quarantine session videos have we seen? How many? Brian May, Sammy Hagar, like all these guys. Look, our friend Jay Hannon produced one of those videos. Our friend Jason McNamara was able to organize significantly more high-profile musicians than David Hasselhoff and Q-Star, whatever the fuck the name of that band is.
Q-Stack.
Q-Stack. Okay, so not to be confused with Sleestack, which would probably be more valuable. I would pay for Sleestack.
Yeah, if they had Sleestack running through the video and attacking the Hoff, I would buy some of that merch. I love Land of the Lost.
So we have to pay for the video and then pay for the song afterwards?
Well, what it is in this package, the best package of the Kickstarter incentives gives you a digital download of the song and I believe a hard copy on CD or whatever it is, along with
19 cents.
along with a hat that has the song, and along with, because you want to sport a hat for that specific song, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a leather bracelet. That's something totally new. That's something totally new. So they're saying that that these things cost a lot of money, and that I guess they want the people to step up. And I'm dying to see this documentary of the making of that video, like it's Michael Jackson's Thriller or something.
Wow.
Someone will pay for it.
Yeah, well,
Somebody.
I know it ain't gonna be us on the Johnny Bean show.
No, it'll be
Here's
all.
the thing.
It'll
We've
be all
just
in German.
We should send them a bill for the commercial we just did for this project, because more people are going to see this video than that one.
Watch the pitch video after the show. No, because it's kind of funny. Because Hoff's not even in the pitch video with these guys. They're showing clips of him recording the song, but it's just these guys saying, "Yeah, and David, it's hard to get him on the phone," and he's just cut to David recording the song, and then it's back to these guys.
This is a Caleb Rappaport scam. This is the band exists. The band exists when the band doesn't exist. And he's just walking around telling people, Nerd Halen's going to be huge. Nerd Halen's going to be huge. I got this fucking great group of guys in this band. And meanwhile, there is no fucking band. There is no nothing. He's just bullshitting. We don't know what David Hasselhoff is singing here. They could be overdubbing anything.
I heard Chris Slade applied to be the drummer of their band. and
said, if you ever leave AC/DC, you can be in this band.
Yeah. Also, JoJo the Chimp secretly auditioned for them from Popcorn, the band. But actually, Popcorn's more legitimate than these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing against Hasselhoff. He's a super nice guy. But I think it's kind of silly. I think it's kind of silly.
Kind of.
And I still don't understand why they spent all that time making the pitch video.
Well, look at that.
Well, this is the thing. They want to make it like a dystopian. But that is the pitch for the video. They want it to look like that, like dystopian future, kind of like a scene from the Death Star is what that looks like. I mean, it's basically a couple.
They got that covered.
I mean, it's basically like cutting holes in a couple pieces of cardboard and and putting some light through it. There's your video. This is going to be like a $300 video if you do it right.
Yeah, Van Halen made Jump with a $600 fucking Sony Handycam.
But they never got anywhere.
No, that video never went anywhere. Nobody remembers it.
Wow.
How much did that guy pay?
So
how much did that guy pay to make the TikTok video?
Look at this, man.
Dreams.
Oh wow. What do you got there?
That's barbecue chicken. Barbecue chicken.
And is that potatoes?
Mashed potatoes.
Like Boston Market.
Oh man.
That looks like
green beans. Oh yeah, but this is all homemade.
Nice. I'm driving up there.
There's a difference between married guy and not married guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say
I'm eating pasta with Italian dressing on it.
Yeah, I'm about to ravage a can of Chef Boyardee's Finest as my my gourmet meal tonight. That's going to be my treat. Yeah, so watch that Hasselhoff pitch video. Kind of funny, just to say you did before they blow up, because heaven knows this is getting in on the ground floor of an elevator going nowhere.
Unbelievable. I can understand like a new band or a band that doesn't have a record label trying to get a Kickstarter thing going. But David Hasselhoff, as you just laid out, is one of the most successful artists in Europe.
Yeah, and think about it. He's
Why
got Baywatch money, Knight Rider residuals. The guy's got a lot of money.
He needs something to write off as a fucking loss. Even if this thing eats shit, so what? He needs something to write off. This guy, like this is the idea of Elon Musk setting up a goddamn a Kickstarter, or Bill Gates starting up a Kickstarter, or Bruno Mars starting up a Kickstarter. Does David Hasselhoff? I'm getting so pissed. Does David Hasselhoff need someone else to fund his artistic vision?
You know, recently they did an interview with Kit, the Knight Rider car, and he says, "I'm so embarrassed, Michael."
Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
A shadowy vision of a video brought on by a Kickstarter funding. Nut Rider. We're going broke real soon.
Why does he need money? Why is he doing this?
I don't know. Maybe
I would rather. What they should do is just take the music and put it over that video of him fucking trying to eat that
with the Carl's Jr. burger.
Carl's Jr. burger just dripping down his face.
Listen, there's the video I would pay for. You want my money? You want my money? You could keep your fucking leather cock ring. I want that. I want that video. I'll support that. I'll give you $1,000 if you do that. Make that the official video. I'm in.
Yep. That'd be awesome.
Oh man. There you go. All right, let's give some credits. Again, let me one more time before we leave. Get your
last this long tonight.
Get your Johnny Beane Halloween costume
You should be
contest
sleeping.
entries into us this week, and watch the live judging on Saturday Night Live this Saturday. So get us your photos and videos of any member of the show in costume that you do. You're up to 3 entries. And let's thank our sponsors, Tessie Switch, Zim's Guitars, Vinum Pickups, Swiss Picks, Sandra Picorni. Let's see. Who else has given us a bunch of stuff? Who was one of the executive producers again? Charles Green.
Charles Green.
Green.
He's given $100.
Johnny, Caleb would like to come in and say something.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Let him in.
Come on in, brother. Before we do closing credits, ladies and gentlemen, the great Caleb Rappaport.
This is great.
Did that go through?
Because I know exactly where he's going to go with this.
Caleb, where are you, man?
Because Caleb's Nerd Halen story is way more impressive than this stupid Hasselhoff thing.
Caleb's legitimate, though.
Yeah, that's the point.
Not that Hasselhoff isn't, but these other guys,
he
it's like
bullshitted his way into putting together a project, whereas David Hasselhoff is already established, and he's trying to get people
solo
to
artist.
pay for his shit. Come on. Where's Caleb? Johnny's not.
Is he in the green room?
Oh, he must be setting up in the green room or whatever.
Where did he say that? Was it in the Saturday?
It's in the Saturday one, so just send him the link.
I sent it.
Yeah, he wants in.
Okay, while Caleb's setting up, while Caleb's coming in real quick, let's give a thank you to our executive producers and channel members: Charles Green, Joe Christian, Thomas Santiago, Music Therapy Laz, Ben Tom, Mike Neese, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Dan Halen, and Steve Carmichael. And let's give our channel members a big yippee-ki-yay shout out. Oh no.
You said
no. Oh, now you flagged. Okay, let's see. Let's give a thank you to Hal Face, James Gum, Mancuda's a dildo fucker, 802 Blues, Mr. BH. Notice how I notice on the other guys, you guys choke through that, and I like let it flow through my mouth like jizz.
Okay, well, Actually, Mancuda, they changed their name to Crosby.
Crosby is a dildo fucker.
So now it's Crosby.
It's
yeah.
now Crosby is a dildo fucker. I'm proud to say that one.
That's funny.
We should Steve Carmichael and say it twice. Crosby is a dildo fucker. Crosby's a dildo fucker. 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Ben Tom, Thomas Santiago, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Jesus Rapes Me, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Also channel members, Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith,
There
David
he is.
Ennis, Mike Neese, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Linny Lou and Mary, Richard Poole, Crazy Cook 678, Bozique, and watch Bozique and Jay's Metal Wednesday tomorrow. Julia Baldessari, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, and Gargets Entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Caleb Rappaport
4
of
hours
Nerd
and
Halen.
4 hours, 4 minutes, and 48 seconds left into this, and Caleb just decided to join
Just
us.
in time, man.
Am I late? What, you got,
You're early for Saturday.
I thought we were starting at 9. Oh,
Closer.
my bad. All
Oh yeah, turn your
Little close to
volume.
your mic. Volume on the mic.
Sorry.
There you go, bro.
No, I'm
Welcome.
sorry. I'm sorry I'm late. Let's
Welcome, man.
let's talk.
You must your spidey sense must have tingled when I compared your legitimate scam to the illegitimate scam of one David Hasselhoff.
Whoa.
Are you even aware of this?
What happened?
All right. So
Wait,
David
before I do that, I just got to make a correction. I'm sorry. I said Bozique. I meant Boner Jams and Jay's show tomorrow. Not
Oh, there you
Bozique.
go.
Boner Jam. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
Totally different.
Continue.
So Caleb,
Yeah.
imagine while you were making up the farce that is Nerd Halen before there was a Nerd Halen,
Yes.
when it was just a concept, it was bullshit. You were faking everybody out and telling everybody you have this great band set up. You've got the great players in this band. There is no band, but you're bullshitting your way through the whole thing. You've
Like
got
popcorn.
product, you've got all this stuff. Yeah, it's a complete falsehood until you put the band together.
Yes.
All right. And you try to get somebody, you put together a Kickstarter campaign or something to try and get people to fund your new project.
Yeah.
Seems legitimate, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine you're one of the biggest musical entertainment icons in Europe, and you and two no-names decide to put together a metal project, and you
For one song. For one song.
yeah, for one song, you have syndication money from a show called Baywatch in your back pocket.
Yes.
And Knight Rider.
And you and these nobodies, for one song, have decided to put together a Kickstarter campaign to fund the production of this song and video.
that happened.
How bullshit is that?
How much did they get?
And a documentary of the making of the video.
How much did they pull?
So
don't
far,
know
I
yet.
believe $60. But they're working on it. They pitched the Kickstarter just now. So
Wow.
Can
The
you
Hawk.
imagine somebody saying David Hasselhoff needs your Kickstarter funds to produce a project?
you don't want to miss this song, guys.
a lot of hamburgers. He blew that money on, I guess.
Yes. Again, we all said the same thing. I'd pay for the Carl's Jr. video set to that music.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely.
It was Wendy's.
He'll never live that
Was it
down.
Wendy's?
He'll never live that video down.
Nope.
I thought
That
it was
might-
Carl's. I thought it was Carl's.
I thought it
one
was
of-
Carl's too.
One of the first viral videos right there.
His daughter shot that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Terrific.
that and
Great,
and the-
great kid.
and Afro Ninja. That was also one of the other great viral videos early on.
I'm glad I could put an encore on this Springsteen-esque length show here. Wow. You guys must be
I know,
burned.
4 hours. What the hell are we doing?
I'm trying to compensate for my tiny penis. So
Okay. Right on.
How's
yeah.
that going for you?
It's nice to see
That's-
everybody.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Caleb. Welcome. You know, lately we've had a bunch of guests. When Eddie passed away, we had John Biel on the show. We had Michael the Captain Smith on the show. Now you're here in this misbegotten world and
Yes.
giving it some credibility that Paul and I don't
Oh.
have.
Oh, give me a break.
Well, at least I don't have.
Did
Yeah.
Caleb? Did you celebrate, or are you in the process of celebrating the World Series win? Is that why you've decided to join us?
Well, it is going crazy around here. There's a lot of sirens and a lot of
Same here.
fireworks.
Same here in Hollywood.
It's going nuts. It's going to be a dangerous night in Los Angeles.
Yep.
but that's how it happens when there's championships. But actually, I'm a diehard Yankee fan. So,
Hey,
but all my good friends that I've grown up with are huge Dodger fans. So I'm very, very, very happy for them tonight because 32 years is a long time to wait.
well, listen, my
And
mom.
they've had a couple of shots at it and pissed it away.
Oh yeah, it's very close, very close.
My mom's from the Bronx. My dad's from Brooklyn, so I support both the Yanks and the Dodgers.
Same.
There you go. See,
I have the same mix there, but I'm Yankees all the way. Just because my first experience at a sporting event was at Yankee Stadium. So
I used to do a show on the Yes Network, so I'm biased to the Yankees also. They gave me a jersey that says Mancuda number 69. So
of course,
I requested the number, of course.
I could have been 71, right? Which is 69 with two fingers.
Two fingers.
Yeah.
2 fingers. We could still do this. We could still do this, mind you. We could work this out. It is a night of celebration and drunken debauchery. So, it's to the Brooklyn Dodgers. I mean the LA Dodgers.
LA Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
Whenever I go to a Dodger game and the Yankees are playing, which is not often, but they do interleague sometimes, and everyone's so anti-Yankee in New York, and I stand up and remind everybody they're from Brooklyn. They're from Brooklyn.
I want one of those the old school Dodger Brooklyn jerseys they sell. They sell those at the shop.
I used to have one.
The
Yeah.
stadium. They're cool, right?
That was when I was going through my Spike Lee do the right thing phase.
Oh, wow. Pictures, please. I want to see that hair.
Get into hockey so you could be Kevin Smith.
When I was Mookie.
Right on. Yeah, no, it's exciting.
Oh, man.
Very good.
All right. Well, Caleb, good to see you.
Thank you for adding some credibility to Tuesday, Caleb.
Oh, maybe I'll add some more in the future.
Yeah, and by the way, Caleb Rappaport, credibility, leave a thumbs up because we're trying to hit 100 thumbs up today. I mean, come on, I showed a really cool guitar today. Paul showed 2 really cool guitars today. So take a second, leave a thumbs up, like the video. And again, remember, everybody, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. If you haven't watched the video earlier, rewind it, but just tell everyone you love. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Schedule your mammogram. Know your girls. Fuck cancer. And remember, we love you. Be safe. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. Be safe out there.
What he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and send us pictures.
Welcome back to the show, John.
Yeah.
Pictures
and videos. In front of us, you bastard. I'm starving. Yeah. Great Johnny Beane Halloween costume contest. Get us your entry photos before Saturday's judging, and then tune in to Saturday Night Live and watch and win. We have some great prizes. Thank you to our sponsors.
And everybody.
And we love our fans. Thank you. Thank you for watching. We love you. Be safe.
Long live the king.
And vote. Get out and vote.
Ace just said vote. I speak Ace.
Vote.
He's like, this show was supposed to be over an hour ago. What the fuck are you doing?
Johnny, how many thumbs up do we have so far?
Enough.
I can't tell.
Stop counting thumbs.
2 right up the keister.
Whoop.
All right. Tomorrow night, tune in for Metal Wednesday with Jay Hannon and Boner Jams.
Jay and Boner Jams.
Last Wednesday of the month.
There we go.
Yeah. Jay Hannon in the chat.
Bone talk.
All right. Good night.
Get your daily dose of bone. Good night, everybody.